Oh, you have been given communication privileges. Mikey.
Penis.
Sorry, I was eating.
Yeah.
How dare you?
I'll choose you.
Switch to something less moody for a bit.
Okay.
Is it time to roll for recap?
We can roll for recap right away, just to, have the rolls. We don't need to start recapping immediately, but yeah.
Time to roll for kneecap. We're taking your
Another
kneecap
12.
now.
I think I rolled a 12 last week.
7? No, so maybe only me for once.
Time to
Points.
roll.
Oh, you did it last week. You
Time
did it
to
last week, right?
roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess I forgot.
Don't worry, it's me.
Do you want to wait? Do you want to do a thing where if you read last week, you get a roll with advantage?
Why?
I
If you
think
read-
that is unnecessary to add.
Hey! Piss.
Hey.
Piss.
Oh god, not me. It's not me.
Damn, y'all rolling like shit.
Hey, at least Lion was
I've
there
not
for
really rolled too well in the past months.
yeah.
But it's more fun that way, so I'm fine with it.
Lion's been I was there for most of the important stuff, And
Maybe.
I think this nat one is just karma. It's Lion. And they finally have the chance to recap, and the universe is just like, yeah, you're doing that now.
Someday we'll have die. Well, we have dice that you can roll physically, and it will show up online. I want one of those someday.
Yeah, those are neat.
Wait, you said
They're a
something
luxury item, but they feel nice.
Yeah. They're very much a luxury item. I have
I forgot.
considered buying stuff like that before, but, No.
I forgot some of the dye that I had. Like, there's this dye that looks like it's made out of jade. I really like it.
Oh, that's nice.
I forgot that I bought it.
Yeah.
I don't remember picking that up. Also, I love the jar dice that I got for my birthday this year. They look like, if you've ever seen that image of the dude that pours Guinness and then Monster on top of it in a bunch of glasses, it looks like that.
If someone with mob privileges can both shout out jar and also, get the dice links.
Nope.
At least the Twitter or the TikTok. Because, yeah, people should be checking
Internal
that shit out.
server error.
Lamau.
Because, yeah, jar makes really cool dice.
Yeah.
I do need to get me one of those at some point.
Working with resin is a pain, so we will give those who do it the thanks they deserve.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just a V-Gen link. Hold on. I've got several dice sets from Jar. They're very nice. I love them very much.
Yeah.
And $40 for a set of custom dice is pretty low ball.
Yeah, I need to talk to Jar about how much shipping costs are for them. That's probably going to be most of the cost, all things considered. Shipping shit is expensive.
Especially since you're a cost country.
Yeah, having to ship stuff to Europe is not the cheapest by any means.
Just have it shipped to me and I'll bring it to you.
True. That is actually true. Would
Are you
they?
gonna visit
Is it a
Oki?
good idea to commission them now, then?
Sure.
Yeah, they probably have them done by
If
then.
anything, just ask if they can get it done by then so
Yeah.
it can deliver. I know there were issues last time. With delivery like being late a couple days, but that was just like a weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the month. It should be. I mean, just ask them about their queue. I could do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also before we recap tech, yeah, we definitely got far enough into the day that ended up mattering, I think, because it was mostly morning stuff, but then went into like at least we're a little past midday, which means congratulations to this group for technically making it into the year 1858.
Oh.
Yeah.
We missed New Year's.
I'm clapping. Clap, 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 clap.
We missed New Year's.
Because
And now,
currently
Sora's
in Pleasant
boyfriend is about to
Valley,
break in.
the day's date in Pleasant Valley is 17/7. And that day covers the 45th and the 9th till the 2nd of the 1st. So, yeah, this
Wow.
is the day where it transitions across the year. So, yeah.
I always had a fun idea where, like places like this where, like a big piece of land just disappears, Oki. What happened if your house was like split in half by it?
Yeah, that wouldn't have happened like in this situation
Yeah.
because the way the territory is named here is your house would never be split in half by the territory because either you're within the Pleasant Valley or you're not, and if you are, then the boundary extends past your farm, and if not, then it extends outside. So yeah.
I just always love those things because I love those cartoons where you split in half.
Yeah, that definitely could have happened in something like Ortus Halls, where like if someone happened to inconveniently be moving into the city at the time, could have cut them in half, or their horse in half, or their cart in half. So
Everything but their time in half. Actually,
Oh, the time went to 0.
If they were laying horizontally on the ground, they could have been cut in half.
yeah, everything but their time.
Man, you should walking your hand just disappears. Like, what happened to my hand?
I would say there probably are some other things that might not be cut into half, but you know. But yeah, time would not be cut in half by the Ortus Halls thing. But yeah, anyway. If we feel like it, we can just start and have recap happen.
Fine.
Okay.
Gin was trapped behind a wall in the manor.
Mm-hmm.
They were trapped all night until Levi contacted them with a spell that they know. They were able to find Gin and Sora took the box.
Yeah.
What's happened? I think Crystal was dancing with their friends all night, and I think the other half was trying to figure out how to open the box.
There
Yeah.
was also something that happened to Gunther.
Yeah. Gunther had a
Gunther
moment.
died.
Yes, Gunther did die.
Inside.
Gunther died socially. Yeah. No,
Totally, yeah.
y'all did find the puzzle box, and that you did find the puzzle box, and then Sorath took that. It was very clearly to Sorath made by Emre, Sorath's mom. And then y'all tried to open it and did not manage that. Y'all tried very hard to open it. Very, very hard to open that. Like a full IRL hour hard. And yeah, Crystal did snitch on her hot new half-tabaxi friend to her dad. That was, a classic Rizzler move. And Gunther went out to town, and because y'all are famous now, thanks to Rizyuk, Gunther had to deal with everyone looking at him, and then some adventurers showed up and were like, "Hey, could you bless our hunt?" And Gunther was like, "What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck do you want me to do?" And then Gunther just knighted one of them. And yeah. That was most of it. I'm pretty sure.
Found out the make of the puzzle box.
Make and model. What is it, a car?
I don't know. You don't know if Emrys is really into cars.
Also, I just found a tweet that was quote tweeting like piracy isn't okay, and they said for every 10 likes I get, I post a random movie in the replies.
Let's go.
There's 159,000 likes. They've been posting a lot of movies though. Flushed Away's on there.
Hopefully Twitter gets sued from this.
Sorry, that wasn't related.
But yeah, that's kind of where we've left. Y'all have figured out that the box is made of Itwicur steel that is folded temporally. Has some similar desaturation as you saw with the merchant that you encountered way early, and have figured out that it has a code dial at the top that you have to twist. There's a 7-symbol combination that seems to be how to open it. And
Infernal.
No, not in Infernal. It's in 9-speak.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorath still speaks Infernal. Different.
So, we have now hopefully learned the lesson that this thing isn't going to be brute force open.
Especially not by infernal contracts.
Yeah.
As
We did go through last time. It's about 10.5 billion possible combinations. And I did give them the hint that it's not a word. You can't just put in a word. It's more complicated than that.
We will put it in the lockbox so nobody tries to mess with it until we figure out other things.
as it turns out, Emrys is one of those types where they will follow, like, to the letter the exact recommendations they're given whenever they make a password. So
Emrys put it there. Emrys put it there on purpose to stop our group from progressing.
yeah.
We spend the next 20 years. What's the password to that box?
But yeah. Yeah, besides that, there was also some in-party drama, which we love, with dealing with both Sorath and Gunther being upset at Risyuk for sharing their participation in the story of killing of the pseudo beast and also the other things he'll have done so far. And Thorath wanting to be able to tell their story on their own, ideally without needing to involve the Belrose name in it, and Gunther ideally wanting their story not to be told at all, because the attention is excruciating. So, yeah. Yeah, that is, more or less everything I think we could even cover. So you guys are kind of in the lead up to heading eventually to the circus. You've definitely got some amount of time, as Nicholas is not here yet, and still has work left. Same with Lloyd, who ideally will be there. And so I'll say you guys have, I'll give you like let's say it's a little afternoon. It's like 2 p.m. And y'all are going to go to the circus sometime after you've had dinner, which will probably be sometime after 6. So 4 hours-ish.
After the morning shit and games, I think Levi would go just start trying his curry again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing big, you know.
Give me a cooking check then.
Can I give myself guidance, and do I get advantage for some of the kitchen workers?
I would say, yeah, sure.
Yeah, this is up to you. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, no, I'll say you can get some assistance from the start, at least. They aren't very pressed. Dinner's not gonna be for a while anyways, so... Let's do that. Yes, cool. Yeah, just give me that big cooking check.
Oh, 26.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it went all the way down there. 26. You're starting to put it together. The flavors are definitely beginning to meld properly. And I will say you have, at this point, gained a full grasp of this region's flavor profiles. You figured out how to add them, how to balance them. The curry itself is... You're still pretty sure you can get it a little better. It's not perfectly there yet. But it's good.
But good is not good enough.
Yeah, like, it's definitely not perfect. And it's also held a little back by the fact that you are just kind of making several batches. It's not like a full on-out meal, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of limits a little bit your capability. So trying to go for like just like a huge portion, partly because when you're making something like a curry, it's almost always gonna taste better when you're making a very large batch. Not when you're just making a tiny little bit, because then you get to work with large amounts of every ingredient, you get to work very low and slow. So, yeah. But I'll say you very much 100% have gotten control over the Pleasant Valley flavors, which gives you a very unique talent as a chef in this setting, for sure. Not very popular cooking. Yeah. So that's what you spend the time leading up to dinner, subsequently Circus. The others, are y'all spending your time doing anything?
I'm going to work on that ring that I talked with Crystal about.
Mm-hmm.
At least get the physical part of it done.
Yeah, you can definitely get that done. You'll have to find a likely a local smithy, I would say, is a good idea. You can technically just do it with the tools you have, but it's easier if you find a proper workplace.
Mm-hmm.
And Thorath's manor here, while definitely more decadent and fabulous than Dougal's, interdimensional one, does not have a bespoke smithing and tinkering shop built in. I'm just going to take a wild stab that was not one of the changes Sorath had made to her private home when she was staying/managing this place.
No, but she probably knows
Yeah.
the smith pretty well.
Yeah, what you could I would say Sorath could also probably point you specifically to jewelsmiths and goldsmiths and stuff like that, who would have even more ideal tools for that. So yeah.
I'll go.
Yeah. You are instructed the direction to a good goldsmith in Kimpur, the highest caliber of goldsmiths in Pleasant Valley, tend to stay in Kursumpt for, entirely unknowable reasons. No way of knowing why they would stay next to the royal family at all times.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
you can definitely make it there.
Yep.
Crystal could tag along if they want to be there, be part of that, or they can do something else. Either way, you'll be able to make your check here with advantage.
Yep.
You are
I'm
in
going
a
to
specialized
use
shop.
for the base metal, since we're dealing with undead and spirits, I'm going to use silver, and if I can, I'm going to buy topaz as the jewel embellishment, knowing that
Ooh.
it has necromantic ties when it comes to magic.
Let me check this here. Let's check the running cost on topaz. You probably won't have to pay a lot for the silver, as I think it's likely that you'll only require a couple silver pieces worth of silver to make a ring.
Yeah.
Topazes in here. Okay. How are you looking for? Like, tell me a little bit about the degree of quality you're looking for. You're looking for a small gem? Are you looking to make it more of like a ring with a larger stone attached to it? What's the quality you feel you're...
I definitely
requiring
want higher
yourselves?
quality, but probably the amount is small since I know that Crystal will be doing a lot of sneaking and stuff and wouldn't want to have that be something that could get snagged on something. Especially also like anything that requires like dexterity stuff with finger.
Mm.
Definitely want something that has a very good like clarity where it's like very clear, like at like very clean polished gem. So like because I've used gems for magic imbuing before, like for Alvin and stuff.
Yeah. So if you're just looking for a high quality on the slightly smaller side, then seems the default running for a topaz would be about 500 gold. We'll knock it down to, let's say, 300 due to you wanting a slightly smaller gem.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that's going to be a tremendous cost to you in the long run.
I got it. So 300 gold.
300 gold. And then I'll say, if you want to be super thorough about it, let's say 3 silver is what's required to get good quality silver for a ring.
Yeah. I'll do an exchange. I'll give 30 platinum, 1 gold, and then get back 7 or you say 5 silver?
Mm-hmm.
Get
No,
back
3 silver,
5
I said.
get back 7 silver then.
Yeah. You can also, if you want to, you can flex Sorath privileges if you don't want to pay for this. But that's up to you personally.
That's
I
up
won't.
to you.
Oh, I'm gonna
Payment
abuse
disfavor.
Thor has privileges.
Yeah. They are there essentially just as long as Sorath allows them to be there.
I won't just because it's trade. I don't want to.
You're still gonna get paid, is the thing.
Yeah, it's essentially,
Remember
or
that.
you can pay it, or you can say to that person, the Belrose household will cover this.
Okay.
Or you can make Sorath's family pay for it.
Yeah. So essentially, you are staying at the royal manor here as private guests of Sorath, who is royalty. You do have the ability to flex that for sure.
Okay.
Whoa.
I'll do that then.
Yeah, no, don't worry. They will still get paid.
Yeah, they'll get
That
paid
much
for
for
sure.
sure.
I'll put a gold tip as like you'll have this now at least.
So the main thing to consider is that any money you spend in this fashion, Sorath will be informed of it. And Sorath is then... It's up to Sorath whether or not they're fine with how you spent the money. Because any finances Sorath are informed of are also going to be finances that the other Belroses won't be informed of, but if they want to look into it, they can probably find what you've spent things on.
And Sorath would have known that Riziuk left to go get materials for a ring making for Crystal.
Yeah.
And Crystal's problem with the spirits.
300 golden gemstone is a perfect example of the kind of way to do this. Usually, if you're buying stuff from, like, buying cheap stuff, you can't really do this. Mainly because a lot of, like, if you're just going at, like, oh, I'm at the markets here, and I'm just gonna go pick up some some dried tomatoes, some sun-dried
Yeah.
tomatoes. And they're like, yeah, that's going to be 4 copper. You go, the Belrose household will cover that. They'll be like, that is, one, a lot for us to have to go like, hey, so you bought, like, can we get, like, a couple of copper? Someone
Got
bought
it.
something on yours. So yeah, it's usually for purchases that are a little bigger, and yes, also purchases that are of the quality, like of the manner that people won't mind not being paid up front. Because the
Got
payment
it.
is more or less guaranteed, but someone who's traveling through is not going to be willing to do that.
For smaller stuff, you could even have it picked up for you if you
Yeah.
didn't want to pay for it. So
Yeah. You can go take the lengths of telling someone at the manor what you want, and then have them go instruct that, fetch it to you, have it paid for you, and then brought to you.
Yeah. But Rizyuk's under the mindset of, if you're buying materials from somebody, you should definitely be face to face with the person you're buying materials from.
Yeah, and also you want to make it, so you want to be using their shop for a bit.
yeah.
Also,
I do
quick
have
question.
jeweler's tools too.
Yeah.
Because I just see all my spells have legacy and then like regular.
Mm-hmm.
Should I switch to the regular or should I
Stay
stay with
legacy for now.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. So yeah. Question: does Rizyuk have proficiency in jeweler's tools? Do you just have that?
Yes.
Okay, you have to. Okay, nice. Then give me a check with those.
Got
Similar
it.
as
So I'm gonna do in the silver ring. I'm gonna do embellishments of like hearts and stuff, like
Aw.
engravings of hearts that lead in kind of a vine towards the where I'll inlay the gem.
Mhm.
It kind of like wraps around it like a vines overtaking like how sometimes they put gems into a staff where the wooden staff kind of interweaves around the gem, like at the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. So
Yeah.
I'll do the. Oh, I got it. I haven't used jeweler's tools yet, so I gotta put that skill in real quick.
It'll be the same setup as previously, but you use it with your intelligence, and then
Yeah, I'll just do a tinkering check then
yeah,
for now.
because I think you're just normal proficient in tinkering. So
That is a 32.
32. Okay, you are able to create a pristine, beautiful ring that more than lives up to your ideals of craft. That houses the small topaz gemstone almost flush with the metal, so it can't snag or catch on anything. And I'll say you do it quite quickly as well. Doesn't take you
Well,
long at all.
thank-
Maybe just about an hour.
And
For
it is
goldsmithing
complete.
is quite quick.
Thank you for letting me use your facilities.
Goldsmith. The goldsmith is kind of rambles into a kind of like oh no, the thanks are all ours. Thank you for blessing our shop with your presence, and so on and so forth. And you're again stuck quite solidly in the royal connotations of your visit. You are noticing, especially when there are people who are a little higher up in the ranks of society, they seem to treat you more as an extension of Sora than as your own person.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Congratulations.
Can I look and see what other gems they have here?
They have a pretty decent collection of most relatively common gems.
Mm-hmm. Do they have it like, would they have like a selection of gems that are specifically for like artifice, and then ones that are more for like garnishment and stuff like that? Like
No.
gems that are, okay, so it's all
They
like the
they
same.
and most places, even though places that do tailor towards artifice, would not section things up like that most of the time.
Mm.
Usually when you're doing artifice or stuff, you're mainly just running with the exact same types of gems. The main thing is usually when you're making things with like for artifice, it's preferable to work in uncut gems because then you have more control over how the gem ends up functioning.
Yeah,
Because you can
this
cut
is why
it in specific ways.
this is partially why when I got proficiency because of my flame rune for smithing,
Yeah.
I switched my smithing proficiency to
Hmm.
jeweler tools proficiency.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay. Well, yep. Like I said, the bell roses will cover the price.
Of course.
Yeah. Did Crystal probably didn't, or did Crystal end up coming with me, or?
It's up to Mel. If Mel, yeah.
Yeah.
That case,
Then you
Crystal
gotta
could
see
have
the
been
process.
there, seen the process. You guys could have like test fitted it. Could even gone through the lengths of like having it be a shaped ring, and not just.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's relatively common to just have a perfectly like circular ring, but if you're getting real fancy rings, you can have them shaped so they fit
Definitely would have
slightly
shaped it.
better on your finger.
Definitely would have shaped it,
Yeah.
as it will be something that if it worked, oh my.
Well, I'm gonna inform you right now, Mal, that a penis does not fit very well around your finger.
Unless you've been sounding really well.
You could also try and shape the ring to a penis. That's also a thing. At which point, I have to sadly inform you that Crystal is kind of lacking one of those at the moment. There won't be much to shape it to.
Yeah, so I think the intertwining vibe and some motif, every so often there's like a part where it's like basically like two rings, it looks like on the back of it, but it's like because it was shaped in a way where it like kind of parts and then comes back together like
Yeah.
vine. And then engravings of parts, and then the vines overlap a little bit with the topaz.
It's very pretty.
So when it comes to the physical creation of this, it's basically finished. Once we find the right way to imbue it with magic that would be able to dampen your direct connection to the spirits, we'll be able to have it where you could hopefully control how much you would have to interact with them. Be something where, hopefully, without having to remove the ring, if you did want to see the spirits again, you'd be able to control that too. Make it something where you are making the call whether or not you want to see them at all times. I think I did a fine job at this design and everything.
It is a very pretty ring. It does really capture the vibe of as if silver vines have grown around your finger. It is a very beautiful ring. I also really like this little moment because this is Risyuk getting Crystal a ring that will help her ghost problem, so she can see them if she wants to. However, to do that, she will have to not be smoking regularly. So, for Risyuk, it's like, oh, this is so They're so wonderful. I can help them out and fix one of their problems. I can imagine, like, basically, like, now they won't have to smoke pot as much. And Crystal being like, wow, this is a really pretty ring. Anyways, I'm gonna go smoke some pot.
Oh, you know exactly that's how it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's more like the not having to be reliant on it.
Yeah.
Like, if you like, you can use it more recreationally rather than to have to dampen the spirits. Also, yeah, figuring out the magic part is going to be interesting. Rizyuk knowledge of like, okay, well, like amethyst dragons are more force inclined, and I know of topaz dragonborn. They have necromantic powers. Makes sense that these gems have could have a little bit of resonance towards those magics too. But Rizyuk makes sure to hand the ring to Crystal while he's standing and not while he's kneeling, working on it on the.
Yeah. Don't have to worry too much about accidentally proposing. Oh my god. Hello.
Ooh.
Hi. Hey, Massive. I hope your stream's been doing good. We just started like a little bit ago.
Hi, Raiders.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
It works.
Let's go.
Also
Nightbot's functioning now.
Also, the ring contrast Crystal's outfit from the purple to the yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely would fit very well in. Yeah.
Think of this as thanks for the outfit you made me in Label.
Ooh, true callback. Yeah, that takes up about an hour of Crystal and Rizyuk's time. Sorath, Gunther, Gin can spend their time however they want, if they want to do something with their downtime.
So, Gin is able to buy a lot of stuff, it seems, right?
Yes, you are able to buy more or less anything as long as the person you're buying it from would be someone who would accept being like, hey, yeah, well, the Belrose household will get to that for you. And as long as Sorath would approve it. So you can buy something that Sorath ends up not approving of, but what most likely happens then is Sorath just goes, no, you're paying for this. So that's the risk you're playing. Essentially, you can do whatever you want, buy whatever you want, have whatever you want made, and it's up to Salem to go, yeah, I'll cover that. I'll cover that too. I don't cover that. And so on and so forth.
Gin's first gonna ask if Buggy wants to come along to a shopping spree.
Yeah. They definitely
He's about to buy him the best meats.
What was that payout again for the Silverwald Beast that we split?
We are getting it in customs.
Yeah, you don't have the money yet. Salem did
we don't.
split it up individually. So individually, it's what Salem figured out was 32,485 gold.
Yeah.
That's what y'all are gonna end up with in the end.
Nice.
Each, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, each.
It's all gonna go to Tackle.
Yeah. Or other stuff. There are other things to buy.
No,
but...
it's Levi. It's going to Tackle.
I think I'm getting low on magical plants or poisons. Let's see what we can find in the marketplace.
So, do you just want to go out to the general market? I can tell you right now, if you're looking for magical plants, or trying to find poisonous ingredients, that's probably not something you're going to find at the market. Think of the market as Walmart. They don't sell cyanide or strychnine. They sell the normal stuff that normal people get most days, you know? If you're looking for specific stuff, you have to go specific places. And if you're looking for stuff like rare magical plants, there might be places that sell that. You could ask if there are such places in Pleasant Valley. But most common, if you're looking for magical plants, is you hire someone to go find them for you. Because, you know...
no one could leave, so I don't think that's an option.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess I'll ask one of the maids around here.
Okay.
We're gonna buy everything from town.
Okay. So you ask one of the manor staff, and they do not have, as far as they know, in Kimpur, there are no magical plant shops or anything. There is one in Kursunft, which is the town you guys are going to next, that sells rare plants. Or not really sells, but more deals in them. More or less there to appeal to Sorath's dad, who is a massive nerd and a big fan of rare botany stuff. So,
damn.
As for places that sell poison? Not as far as they know. You are, I will say, Yin isn't the most knowledgeable about, you know, societal structures. But from your experiences traveling around a decent bit of the world, and, you know, seeing, you've seen Ortus Halls, Leibel, Wencashed, and now you've seen this city. Doesn't seem like poison shop is all that common.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the most normal thing. You can try and find things that are You can try and find things that are poisonous other places. But no, there isn't really like Jimmy Joe's Poison Shack or anything. The main way you could get around that is there seems to be, in areas where there are specifically like a lot of monster hunting and stuff, poisons can be sold by specialists there. But let me put it like this, there wouldn't have been a poison shop in Orst if Levi didn't use I know a guy to make one. It's not something that's... It's not a business that really makes sense.
Alright. I guess I'll go to the shadiest place I know, the Circus.
You know the sad part is, OT, I've probably had someone in the background that I just sort of forgot about for a bit. That's someone who likes shiny rocks. An orc that likes shiny rocks.
Yeah.
For one of the kids.
So, getting to... you can go to the Circus to see if any of them sell stuff, but did you have anything else you wanted to buy besides poisons and plants?
Other than just having money? No, not really.
That is the bad thing about the Belrose bankrolling. You can't just be like, hey, give me a bunch of money. I just want the money.
Yeah,
Nah.
I just couldn't.
For
you could just build
Levi
up an
and
object to help.
Gunther, yes. I'm pretty sure Sora would approve of getting the group some diamonds.
Diamond.
Yeah.
Can I get an okay on the rest of the stuff?
So it'll getting the 300 gold diamonds can be done. So let's say y'all get 3 of those. The magic crystal is for what?
Scrying. The scrying spell.
Okay, does that specify anything beyond that?
No, it just says 1,000 gold scrying orb.
Oh, it has to be like a scrying orb?
Wait. Let me check real quick. Gotta find the spell again. I'm in the wrong list.
Yeah.
It says a focus worth at least 1,000 gold, such as a crystal ball, a
Okay.
silver mirror, or a...
That... So, you want something that's worth about that much. It would need to be something that is... that you feel Levi would use for that purpose. But it can be anything worth that amount that you use to scry.
I think Lewa would think this ball is like the most convenient thing.
Yeah. If you want a
But I
crystal...
don't know what a font filled with holy water is, so...
Clue. Hi, Clue. Happy you're along. Clue just followed the person who made the logo.
Clue.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you want a crystal ball, not here.
Okay.
That will
Hello.
that will require someone to create that for you, and it would require a decently large crystal.
What about a silver mirror? Does that be a big silver mirror, or?
Hmm?
Does that have to
So
be a
it doesn't
silver
have to
mirror?
come from that list.
Okay.
That is
Oh.
those are examples.
Yeah.
It is anything that is worth that amount that is the focus for that spell, I believe. So. Let me see. So, it doesn't need to be a crystal in any way.
Yeah.
It can be, it can even be, and this is a thing that you do technically have the ability to do, which you could actually, if you wanted to, spend 1,000 gold on. If you want to, you can spend, I'll allow you to spend like 800 gold and some time to pick up whatever is the highest quality of heartroot wood, and you could spend the time to make up that cost to essentially craft it. Do you want
Yeah,
Levi
people
to
would
make
go down
it?
that route. Yeah, that's fine. Gives them some wood carving experience, especially with heartroot.
Especially now that like you are conveniently in a log drive, it is easy enough to have them acquisition a whatever is the, because you don't need a large piece of wood, you just want whatever is the highest quality small section of heartroot wood that they can get you, and you can
I thought
definitely
Levi
have
would
that
get 2, just in case he breaks one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Just because it's more of a, if you mess up, you know, Levi won't, you should
Yeah,
always
sure.
have a backup. Yeah.
I'll say you'll probably have to wait to make those until after the circus, but
Yeah, yeah. Oh, of course. I think Levi's more concerned about his cooking right now, but he will, like,
yeah.
at some point, whenever does that, he
Yeah,
will work on
while
it.
you're doing the cooking stuff, probably while you're waiting for something to, like, just leaving it on the heat for a little bit, you can go and be like, hey, could you guys get me some of the fancy wood that's coming in. And you give them roughly how much and feels like something Sorath would also be fine with. So feel free to jump in if you want to cockblock anyone's purchases. So
Okay.
yeah.
Don't worry.
The diamond dust is also. The diamond dust might. No, I think you'd probably be able to get 1,000 gold's worth of it here. There's a lot of diamond dust, but.
Yeah. Just gotta get some stuff,
Yeah.
for casting spells down the line.
Yeah. So I'll say for the sake of that, the diamond dust and the 3 diamonds are delivered to y'all immediately. The wood will take some time because, you've purchased it and now you need the people who manage the wood to find the right piece, cut it up for you, and stuff. So I guess Levi can add 2 diamonds and Gunther adds 1, right?
Yeah,
Something like
fine.
that. Nice. Anything else y'all want to do as pre-dinner activities? Any other things Crystal would want to do or get? Anything? Gunther jorks it. Good to know. Gunther also has the ability to do stuff here. Yeah. If the answer is no, that's perfectly valid. And just don't want to gloss over it because don't want to deny you the opportunity. Yeah. Nothing else for Gunther? No. Not really. For a hot minute. What was that thing's name again?
Steve. Lion named him Steve.
Okay, nice. It's like,
Got
God, I had
buggy
to
Steve.
scroll back into session notes to find that. Steve. You gonna...
Yep.
Checking up on
That's
Steve.
a rash decision I made.
Yeah. I mean, I did tell them, like, hey, y'all can name it, and then no one said anything. And then Lion just said Steve.
The thing didn't like me, so I didn't feel inclined to name it.
Yeah. You go to where your cart is being kept. The nice little stack of pillows is still there. It was the method was named in I believe it was like one of the. It was early in the sessions for the bio.
Yes.
So. The cart is there. You don't see Steve. That doesn't necessarily mean they aren't there, because they are made of static electricity. What do you want to do when checking up on them? Give me an animal handling. And you do get advantage. Because you're a lightning bunny. You had entirely unintentionally established a little bit of a bond with this thing. Ah, that's good. You build up a little bit of static in your fur on the fur, probably against the Brigadine padded armor you have. And quickly enough, from a pile of thick blankets emerges a kind of first subtle blue sparks, followed by a firmer outline until you have this little slender gremlin-y figure made out of electricity that kind of slowly moves towards you. And as it approaches you, it starts to literally begin to grab at some sparks that are beginning to kind of emanate from your fur as it being nearby is releasing some of the static. It seems a lot more relaxed than it has been previously, at the very least. It seems quite calm around you. Starts to begin to just kind of munch on the electricity that's kind of sparking off your hand. No, just because. Give me your choice of nature arcana. I do not know if there is a difference for you. Then also actually giving... do you want to lucky it? Sure. Either way, I would also want an insight check. So you're not entirely sure the mechanics behind it, but it's doing something with yeah, turns out you're better at the thing you're better at. Weird, huh?
Whoa.
It's doing something with the electricity that you don't fully understand. But as you kind of are observing Steve, it becomes decently clear to you that this creature is at least decently intelligent. It is, if anything, at least you can consider it almost like an intelligent monkey in terms of its capabilities.
Monkey.
It's also that you're picking up slowly and slightly, mainly because of your experience with electricity and that like static that runs through your fur whenever you get them Deluvi or the other lightning and based abilities you've used before. You're pretty sure the thing is kind of trying to communicate with you. You can't understand what's being communicated exactly, but from the inside you figure that it seems, whatever it is, it's friendly, at least. friendly and quite, like, relaxed. But yeah, congratulations. You learned that this thing can communicate. Though, not in the language you speak. I don't know if any of you speak. Give me a... I'll say, give me your choice of either animal handling or just straight charisma. Makes sense. You reach out to try and pet Steve. They do not, like, before they've instantly recoiled and kind of jumped back whenever anyone's tried to interact with them at all. But they as you reach out to them, they don't seem to flinch, but they probably don't understand your intention. And as your hand makes contact with them properly, you feel like that a little static electric shock. Not painful, but definitely present. And you're first gonna go all static, and Steve's gonna hitch a ride on you and turn into static and hang out on Gunther.
Catch a ride.
So yeah. You now have a static method on you. Does Gunther do anything about this, or are they just like, cool, and just leave, or... Like, are you gonna bring Steve along with you? Okay. Steve's gonna hang out. Steve has joined your party.
Oh my. You get like saying, I'm Steve.
Well, you've definitely made some further steps in Steve communications.
Para!
Yes, Steve definitely acquired Hypera.
I'm gonna draw Steve.
Yeah.
I like method designs, they're cool.
Yeah. They're like think of it as like a method, but they're like a little bit of a lightning-y hard light construct in a way.
Yeah.
You can also draw Steve by just drawing a pile of something that could be statically charged and saying that Steve is in there.
I want to draw the big nose, like the
Yeah.
almost snout-like nose.
Yeah. Is that Gunther's pre-dinner escapades done? Anything anyone else is figuring out?
Oh, also, I'd like everybody to know the ring I made for Crystal. Its name is Ring of Spiritual Ignorance.
Great. Currently, it does nothing, but we'll figure that out
Yep.
eventually.
I've had Mel make a signet ring and turn it into that, and at the end it's parentheses, currently unmagical.
Yeah.
What price would you be okay with us setting it at?
I've literally put it down in my notes as a 300 gold material price. If you wanted to sell it, you have to figure that part. You have to figure that into the haggling process.
Yeah.
But yeah. Does that cover activities that people want to do? Do you want Sorath to do anything, so or no?
We'll go with a no on that one.
Cool. So you guys get through some of your activities. Ring making, some cooking, shopping, some elemental befriending, and Gin, I guess, taking Buggy out for a little trip on the city.
Walkies!
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Eventually,
walking around.
you guys kill some time. It gets back to dinner time. And unless anyone wants to say otherwise, y'all head towards the manor, I suppose, to go have your dinner.
Yeah.
Dinner is served not as fancifully as the day previously, but still a lot of this kind of Pleasant Valley cuisine. Yeah, maybe some of Levi's curry served along with it. Levi would want that to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it.
Noemi will refuse to touch the stuff because it's weird and smells weird and looks weird, and she doesn't want it. Yeah. But
Rizuke will look at
Wait,
Sorath.
can Sorath try to convince Emmy to try it?
Yeah, sure. What does Zorath say? What's your approach?
I know that Pleasant Valley food is very good. And this curry is very weird, but trying a little bit of it, you'll know if you will like it or not, for sure. And Levi worked very hard on it. He's been working on this curry for months.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'll give her a very. I'll
14.
give her a sad look for not trying curry.
Levi looks like a
You don't
sad
know what
panda.
like parents give their kids whenever.
I'm gonna roll a separate
Just
thing.
to
I'm
make
just gonna
them.
flip a coin for that. I'm gonna see if she cares. No.
Oh, she's not gonna care.
Yeah.
She's a rich kid. She's not gonna care.
Yeah, you're like, oh, is Levi sad? That's a shame. What does that have to do with me eating the food, though? Okay. You know, I'm gonna make... Just because the power dynamic here isn't necessarily balanced, so I'll allow Salem to do the reroll. I did match you. I'm gonna do a roll-off, but I'm just gonna let you do the reroll. So you do have the advantage here. For sure.
17.
Okay. After a little bit of coaxing, after a little bit of help as well from both Nicholas and Lloyd, who both are here. Lloyd now being mostly done with their section of their work. Noemi very reluctantly tries a small spoonful. And let's see if she likes it. That's a natural too.
You just
She jumps down on it, and Pleasant Valley cuisine is like a little bit more of a specific, like Northern German type cuisine. It's real good, but like, it's not a lot of like crazy spice going on, stuff like that. No, he's gonna eat it, experience just so many different flavors that she's never tried before. Is probably for the first time going to eat something that's a little spicy. And she's gonna... I'll roll for it. Jesus, it could get worse. She's gonna spit it out onto the table.
Child.
Going, while Lloyd's
Levi's
going...
gonna take out like a notepad and like write down, okay, simpler curry for kids.
Yeah, a little much. Lloyd's gonna be with like a napkin, like kind of trying to like wipe away. She's just spitting it. She doesn't want it on her plate. She's just spitting it onto the table next to the plate. He's going, no, I mean, no. No. You do not
they're
do
white.
that.
Yeah. They were purple.
This is Pleasant Valley is it's a little bit of a pale community, to put it that way. They haven't seen sun ever,
I thought
of course
they were
white.
purple. I never decided on what color tieflings they are. But I've said purple now, so they're purple.
Yeah. That works. So yeah. Noemi, very much not a fan. But yeah. She did try it.
Thank you for trying it, Emmy. Maybe we can find something that is not from the valley that you might like someday.
She looks a little skeptical.
Don't worry, I know a lot of desserts from Worst that you might like.
Give me a persuasion check.
Two. Well, you
She's not really hyped on the idea of eating more stuff from Orst. That's the place where the bad food comes from now. You had the...
I feel like Sorath might be like talk to Levi, but still like everyone can hear. Just like, I believe that Ost tastes might be a bit different than the valley. The valley favors a bitter taste.
Yeah, the cuisine here, the flavors are mostly carried by the ingredients themselves. So, yeah, definitely a very different culinary world. And Noemi is already a picky child, so...
Yeah.
You have not defeated child this day.
Oh no!
My God.
Rizik will look at Sorath and say, I hope that you're okay with this, but I had the Belroses take care of funds for a ring that I'm making for Crystal.
Okay.
I was able to haggle it down to 300 for Topaz and a silver band, but it should, if I could figure it out, it can help Crystal out with a problem she's been having.
You did not need to haggle, but sure, that would be Perfectly fine.
Bread!
Bread!
When I
Hi.
mentioned it was the
Bread.
Melroses.
Points.
Hi.
Get down.
Hi, you joined at the perfect time. We're finishing up a dinner and then we're going to the clown circus.
Sorry to cut you off, Mike.
I'm in.
Sorry to cut you off there, Mike.
Circus,
Bread came in, you got yellow bread.
circus.
Mm-hmm.
Bread!
Bread.
Hi.
Whoa.
Hi.
Hey,
I know how to
Honk.
time things perfectly sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
honk.
We're
Honk.
Yeah.
gonna find the Clissy.
Yeah. I mean, Crystal has
Mhm.
already mildly fumbled it.
Yes.
But you know, we recover. We can recover.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were not there at that moment, but Crystal did end up accidentally snitching on their hot new friend to their dad, Gar, who was not happy about them being high off their ass the day of the performance. So that was fun.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll pretend to try and smooth things over, make it worse.
Yeah. Yeah, Jewel, did you wanna ask if Noemi would be interested in sushi? Or do you want to save it until you can make some?
She might
or-
if she might if a precious small bunny person is making it.
Yeah.
Because now she doesn't trust Levi's cooking.
Yeah. Because we haven't had Noemi and Gunther really interact yet, because they've really been a lot... There's not been a lot of overlap there. Noemi is very fascinated by Gunther being like about her size-ish, and being very fluffy, especially right now because Gunther having Steve with them at the moment makes them their fur kind of puff out from the static a little more. And yeah, I'll say feel free to roll me a persuasion check with advantage, Jewel, for the sushi persuasion.
Just
Yo!
Hey! Noemi seems skeptical, but is willing to try some sushi if Gunther makes it, but not today because they need to not eat too much because they need space for candy at the circus.
Very, very reasonable. And at least sushi is not too hard to get her on board with, because I think, like, fish is pretty normal.
Fish is very normal.
It's tough.
Convincing
Raw
a
is
child
tough.
to eat the fish raw can be difficult.
It's a tough
Yeah.
sell.
Yeah.
Because it's also very much a texture thing.
Yeah,
You're a texture thing.
they sure are.
And
They've got some textures.
you know that they have that how they have Bean Boozled? They should do one where it's not flavor but texture, like that you could get a bad one of.
I would rather die.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Steve eats like low amp electricity. That's what they eat. They eat static and stuff like that. That's why they were so friendly towards Gunther. Yeah, they're just kind of like passively just absorbing static from you and around you. They don't really eat things in the normal fashion. They just more like when they become static, they can add whatever static around them to themselves as kind of a form of nourishment. So yeah. But yeah, you have definitely successfully convinced Noemi to try some sushi at some point. They promise, but only because you're cute. other than that, yes. Other than that, during this dinner, Lloyd can share that the log drive will, is more or less finished. They'll hopefully be able to get everything fixed by the end of the day, but both Lloyd and Nicholas would be very capable of confidently saying probably there's going to be a little bit of straggling tomorrow. Nothing ever gets finished on time. So you guys can probably leave towards the evening the next day, or you can wait until the morning. Either way, could be a good idea to find a vessel to take you there.
Thorath can do that.
Yeah.
In the morning, probably.
And I would say that, yeah, kind of part of this discussion, it's like an ongoing discussion. We have, like, it would yeah. Francesca would probably have already said that whatever vessel you guys travel on, it's ideal if they can, like, that can be established a little bit ahead in time, and then together with Niklaus, they'll make sure to register that it's heading towards Bouchant instead of Cursum, just to mess with things a little more and delay Sora's family a little more.
Rizu can just will say, hopefully, the, whatever vessel we decide to choose, it doesn't turn out to be a pirate vessel.
Yeah, relatively unlikely here, do you feel?
More jokingly saying it, not expecting, but...
Yeah.
What did we end up... Who names the vessel's new name when it was
Wasn't
like...
that Crystal?
No,
Or-
the boat?
No,
That
it was Lincoln.
Fred.
Lincoln.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, that was...
What was it named again? Please remind me.
It was the SS Porn and Bingles, by...
I forgot about that.
It definitely doesn't go by that name anymore, because you figure by this point that crew has, I mean, hopefully made it to Kiangaram again, and they change their name every time they leave a port.
I really miss the Porn and Bingles.
The SS Porn and Bingles. A very funny joke about some porn squids you know, unzipped porn folders in people's brains to turn them into scum. They could become aboleth servants. It was a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Before we started streaming, shit was already weird. So,
We started this shit weird as fuck.
yeah. But yeah. So, that is something to consider looking into. Definitely something that can be handled by staff. But if you guys want to do that on your own, then that is something you can definitely do as well.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'm going to guess that we probably wouldn't be more or less at risk of attack at night or in day, considering who watches over this land.
There is still being attacked at night is still decently likely. Aubrey only protects settlements.
So you'd probably want to leave in the morning.
That is up to you.
Though it would be faster than leave at night, and time is of the essence.
It's common in river travel when you're traveling longer stretches of river is to stop for the night at like smaller places.
Where the
As,
river water's not as like quick.
No,
current-
more like at a town. Yeah, so you'd probably want to head up a river to Kosumft from here. If you've got good weather and stuff like that, you would only need to spend a night staying somewhere. If you have bad weather, then if you guys leave in the evening, you'll spend 2 nights on the river. So leaving the evening off would give you a chance to get there a day earlier if you have the wind with you. So yeah, because taking a ship upriver is a little more work. So yeah.
Yeah, Sorath will work with Lloyd and Niklaus for when they make that call, if they're leaving the evening or the next day.
Yeah. The idea is you can, like, at this, there's not going to be an issue in finding a ship necessarily. You just need
Yeah.
to have a river vessel and have enough of a crew that you can be taken there, because you guys are going to need a full crew of rowers to get anywhere.
Yeah. Also, is Niklaus in the at dinner with us?
Yes, both Nicholas and Lloyd are there. Lloyd is... This is also the first time people are meeting Lloyd. He arrives not in time for the dinner, but kind of a little bit into it.
Can we do introductions?
Yes.
Sora?
Sorath would introduce Lloyd, sure.
You guys are introduced properly then
For
to...
those that did not meet Lloyd, this is Lloyd. He is married to Niklaus and parents Emmy with him.
Oh.
He is a close and dear friend of mine.
Niklaus is a large, almost like tower of muscle. You can tell you're like, I don't think really any of the people in this group besides Sorath really have any familiarity with log drives. Actually, Blinken probably would.
You mean Lloyd?
Lloyd, yeah. Did I say something else?
Okay. Yeah. You said Niklaus.
Yeah, that's my bad. Blinken probably would know about log drives. But everyone else who only really has the ability to imagine what it would entail, yeah, this is kind of what you figure.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be able to literally unbundle logs that get stuck in a river while riding them, and also be extremely talented swimmers and divers to be able to survive if anything goes wrong. Yeah. They are a purpose-built machine.
Ah.
So, yeah. Large orc fella. They greet everyone with a very, very, very friendly demeanor. Kind of musky, gravelly voice.
Lloyd is a very, friendly person.
Yeah.
He's built in a very terrifying manner, but he's very friendly.
Yeah. Friendly face, too. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
Faux-shaped, friend built.
Yes.
Like Rizu.
That massive orc. Niklaus is more of a slender,
Yeah.
tiefling.
Yep. Well, it's nice to meet you, Lloyd. Thank you for keeping our companion alive throughout their life. Or not alive. Good company throughout their life.
He's not her dad. I have only known Lloyd for a few years.
Ah.
Yeah,
Well,
we met not too long after Soath moved temporarily to Kimpa. Yeah. Not a lot of years, but eventful years.
Though.
still, nice to meet you nonetheless.
They shake your hand firmly but very gently.
Yeah, it gives a respectful handshake back. Oh, by the way, speaking of water vessels, Niklaus, I think I've figured out more about that missing vessel.
Oh, okay. But
It sounds as though whoever parted with it did so with mind-altering magic, or I guess psionics would be probably a more accurate term. The crew remembers talking to someone, but they forgot like all of the details of who and where they did it, and they were on the boat at 1 minute and the next the boat was gone, and they did not remember that process. Sounds like some powerful psionics going on.
I will say, for the context of it, we determined that Rizyuk is the only one who even has a conceptualization of psionics as a concept, and
Then
it
he
is,
would probably
it is
say
not
magic.
and it is not necessarily something that Rizyuk that was like, yeah, this is definitely psionics, but it's an option because it was subtle, because people didn't notice it. That's a thing that could maybe be an option, but yeah.
Did I say like transmutation magics then? Like School of Transmutation, because I also found hints of that from what they were telling.
Transmutation?
Yeah.
Uh,
The way that I did an Arcana check and you said that psionics, and there could have been some sort of transmutation school of magic used.
Just so you don't confuse the words I said. I said that there's clearly been something that happened that affected the way the people were able to remember the situation. That clearly is either magical, and then you roll really high, and I said psionics are a rare, poorly understood thing that is commonly known to affect the mind primarily. And I said nothing about there being explicitly transmutation. The thing that I think you're getting that from is that I said that if you added up the amount of money that you think was passed out to the entire crew, captain and quartermaster included, that would roughly translate to how much the ship could have been worth.
So I'll keep it to...
Yeah, so I just don't want you to
magic.
think like misremember and like establish with certainty that a thing happened in a certain way. Yeah.
Yeah. So it feels like from the testimony of the crew that some sort of mind manipulation was done, at least memory. They were all paid out a share that if you added them all up, I am sure would be probably the cost of the ship itself, including to the captain and foreman. Not foreman, but
Quartermaster.
Quartermaster.
Plus, take some notes and thanks you for the information, and that they'll pass it along to the other harbor master.
Yep. It does sound like that crew was dealing with some unfair working conditions when it came to payment, as they were stuck here, and the payment of their work was being refused, as they were only going to pay them after the work was done. and they were having to live here on squalid wages at this point.
Not technically legal, but yeah, bad form for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a way to lose loyalty of your crew.
Certainly.
But nobody had any intention of mutiny, it looked like.
Well, that is good to know.
But
As the conversation kind of drifts along that, Nicholas can probably inform the group that there are plenty of vessels that would be more than happy to take y'all wherever you need to go, because most of them are just kind of standing still, not doing much. Especially because there's not really any like big planned shipments heading to Kursum that you could tag along with without it being very obvious that you're heading directly there. So likely you guys are just gonna find a crew that is not currently occupied with a task and be like, hey, y'all have a transport mission, we are the cargo, get us there. So yeah. So that's established. Should not be hard to do. Yes, they are the
We
cargo.
are the car.
Other than that, it is brought up a little primarily by Lloyd, who has, at this point, been very extensively filled in with the spread of your reputation, as it had made its way up some of the log drive chains upriver. So word is traveling rather quickly, as people are moving from town to town, doing errands and small little shipments and such.
a bead of sweat forms on Rizuk's horn for a second.
Yeah. Then it's very clear that they, from the timeline, the way things kind of line up, it's most likely the Belroses have not really, don't really have great information about much stuff. They Pleasant Valley lost contact with the world the day after you guys left Laybell. So literally from leaving Laybell that day, there's a guarantee that none of that information has properly made it to them, as it seems exceedingly unlikely that word would have traveled with someone who would have entered the valley, because they likely would not have heard the local stories from Wencashed and such, that had not traveled tremendously far. As local news tend to stay somewhat local. Yeah. It's possible that they have some information about what happened in Laybell, given the seeming degree of interaction Sorath had with
The jeweler?
no, not with the jeweler, but the degree of interaction that Sorath has had with their family. It is unlikely that a lot of information from Laybell has made it there. They likely know the makeup of your group.
Sans Flinken?
No, they're aware of Flinken.
Okay.
Because Flinken was
Oh yeah, because that would have been from before.
Yeah. It is the only person that they might not be 100% sure if is with the group would be Risyuk. It's unclear how much information they have about that. This will definitely give them some information about what you've been doing while traveling. But yeah, you did specifically not mention anything tied to the Crusaders.
Yeah, that Risyuk intentionally did that as that is more like secure information.
Yeah. So the Belroses likely don't know much about your interactions with the Crusaders. You don't know really if the Crusaders at all are something that's on the Belroses' radar. So, like, as a whole. But yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Now the players, of course, know the things that Gunther was told. That Ambrosia is very much involved there. But beyond that, no.
Thankfully, nobody got seriously injured from that event, from those events.
Yeah. That's kind of like the information that is brought with. It's likely that by the time you guys get to Customt, these stories will definitely have started to spread among the city. Though, on ship, it is decently likely that you're the first ship to arrive. So, it's possible that you get there ahead of the news. But not by much. A couple of days at most. As for the Belroses specifically, they have probably already heard about it, because their information network is a little more extensive. So, yeah. That's kind of just stuff that comes to light in terms of information.
Yeah.
Is there anything anyone wants to ask about or figure out or discuss or bring up during the dinner? Just
Is Gin being open with Buggy being around yet?
Buggy's on my shoulder.
yeah, Buggy's hanging around now.
Yeah,
Risyuk
so
will
I
look
found
at
out about it.
Risyuk will look and do a double take, like, wait a minute. Thinking of the noises Risyuk heard.
Yeah.
Risyuk will speak in Draconic to Buggy. Were you that creature inside the box?
No, he wasn't.
Give me a deception check for that Gin.
Oh, okay.
Just because you are straight up lying. So, I want to see how believable it is. You have been really good at gaslighting.
Risyuk is one of the toughest ones that gaslight, though, if you actively...
Deception?
Natural 20, let's go. Aw.
Oh, damn.
Cool. Give me an insight.
Got it.
Maybe 12.
And I get to roll a d4!
Oh, you rolled D4?
They have a magic item. So,
Oh, you did beat it. Right?
So, I would say usually Meet It Beats It counts for DCs. Not for rolls. Rolls don't set DCs. Usually this would go for a roll off. However, so in this case, you guys are evenly matched. So I'll let it come down to Buggy. Now, what is Buggy's deception, if anything. They have a charisma modifier at the very least.
-2.
Okay, they do not have a deception. They have -1 to charisma. I'll give it a roll. Whether or not this goes above or below is what determines.
Let's see.
Below. So, Buggy, little Drakeling, as Gin says, no, they won't. No, they won't. Buggy will go, maybe you were in the box, fuckhead.
You go him so good, Buggy.
Does Buggy look content, at least?
They look, I mean, they looked pretty content. They seem pretty agitated right now.
Rizik will look at them both and say, well, as long as he chooses to be with you, it's fine. Seems to be aware of everything going on, so he should have a say of where he goes. And if he's going with you, I don't see a problem with that.
Are you saying this in Draconic still, or have you switched?
I will, because I know Gin knows.
Yeah. Buggy will go, yeah. You back off. They'll go back to munching on some food. So, yeah.
I hope he's, in common, I hope he's not a bad influence on Gin.
I hope this small child isn't a bad influence on Gin. That is,
Rizik knowing, like, okay, this creature is sapient to a point, so if they want to be with Gin, there's nothing that says that he shouldn't be.
Yeah. They definitely seem quite, intelligent.
Yeah. Like if it seemed like a creature with no, like it's like a dog. I'm happy here. I mean, it's still like, oh, it's content, but its own, like, it belongs to the circus, but since it's like more of a, like, self, like, realized, actualized, like, creature, it's like, oh no, if he wants to be here, like, that's his choice.
Yeah. Well, now it is very clear to everyone that Gin does indeed have a little Drakeling. Anything else for dinner, or should we move to circus time?
What we do?
Yes. Do we notice, or is it like statically on you?
The only difference that is like tangible or visible is that Gunther is a little bit more floofed up. Looks like they took a shower and then, towel dried themselves and become a little more floofed.
Jewel, was that in character with the "Hey guys, Steve"? Oh, okay.
Steve is more or less entirely invisible at the moment. Because they are just the static on Gunther.
Yeah, we haven't really checked on him in a while, have we?
Yeah, he usually keeps to himself.
Hope the little guy is alright. Wonder if the different, like, area affects him. Oh. Good job on that. I hope the horses and everybody over there are also good. Is it Tomatolio with the carriage?
Yeah, most likely. Unless you guys want to keep Atomatoli somewhere else.
Wait. Oh, really? There is something a little bit different about you. That.
Oh, I thought that was just that fancy shampoo, just making your hair stick up more.
Wow, that is interesting. It just resides within. Hmm. That is interesting. I guess it is an elemental, so it wouldn't be confined by its mass. That is interesting.
I know you use a lightning sword. What's a sword? Lightning
It
sword.
was Morning Star.
A lightning morning star. Will it make the morning stronger?
Well, true. I don't know if Gunther has talked about the Morning Star being absorbed.
Because Gunther was using a hammer during the, or were they using a hammer or a sword during the Swordwald Beast fight?
They've been using the same Morning Star.
Oh,
It's just that all the magic was absorbed from it, so it's now just like a blank magical object that doesn't really have an effect, but it's still considered a magical object.
hmm. Oh. Hmm.
Wait, does that mean the morning star is empty and we could put anything we want in it?
Shifty eyes.
Looks at Roswick.
I mean, that is how enchantments work. If a weapon doesn't have an enchantment, you'd be able to imbue it with another.
Yeah.
I guess that also would be an ability of yours rather than the ability of the weapon in question.
What? But going back into that mean you are electrical now, right? Gunther? So that means what happens if you use your electrical power? Does Steve buff that?
Steve is just hanging around.
Hmm.
Oh, but Roswick, going back to champions, can you technically make this ring of fire resistant? Add more resistance?
I haven't worked on already established enchantments. I usually just imbue new ones.
Could
But-
probably be doable, but it would be exceedingly expensive and difficult. It is
I do work
possible
with
to have more than
rings.
one enchantment on one object, but it's
Yep,
difficult.
we know that with Mr. Clean and Scrub Daddy.
Mhm.
I mean, if I worked with the Mithril Fingers might be a better group, but obviously we do not have a way to get to them at the moment, so I could always look into it.
Yeah, it could be a
And
fun
if
try.
we have,
'cause-
if we have help from the Bell Rose's generosity, it might be a relatively affordable process. Rizio could kind of sweat at the thought after, like. But it would be a good way to test my work around enchantments. I haven't done that enough recently.
It's up to
And-
you. I don't feel like we're in any danger of fire. So
True, but if any of the trees out in the woods catch fire, I'm sure.
I will inform you that it's been raining every single day since you've gotten here.
True. I forgot, like, because the wood is extra flammable, but then like with the rain, nah.
plus, I think Pleasant Valley wood is probably extra durable.
It doesn't burn. Y'all also did try and start a fire with it, and it just produced a hell of a lot of smoke and didn't burn very great.
Nah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be working on enchanting Crystal's new ring with a brand new enchantment, so I'm guessing trying to find a way to make an enchantment stronger would be a good way to start working on creating new enchantments.
Do not drag this out too long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
Circus. Let's go to the circus.
The
Get the Batmobile.
dinner is finished. We'll gather up, prepare to head to the circus. Lloyd goes to put on some nicer clothes, not just their working outfit. Y'all get ready in whatever way you want. Lion, are you gonna be bringing Buggy with you? Is Gim bringing Buggy with them?
Say yes, it'll be funny.
You can always conceal him. This is a legally conceal and carry wyvern area. Drake area.
Well, either way, we could take a short break here.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry to get in nitty gritty, but I like the thought
Yeah.
of enchantment stuff.
That's okay. Would it be okay if we just do like a tiny little break till like 45 maybe?
Time break.
5 hours.
Yeah.
break.
Does that sound good for people?
Mel.
Man,
Hello.
hi. Has
The
the
medicine kicked in.
Let's go.
Yay.
She
The
can
cat-
she can now flirt with all the people there.
I love how Mel finally speaks. 'Cause they've been quiet because of a headache, and the reaction to Mel speaking is everyone yelling. I'm really
Yeah.
happy the meds,
We're
meds kicked in.
testing-
We're
testing
stress
the medicine.
testing your pain meds.
Also,
Oh god.
Gin
You
just
provide a
got
good
back.
point.
Lion just got back for that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. We're taking a little break till 45. Refill your water.
Oh, we're taking a break?
Yeah, and then we'll just do because it's been 2 hours, and then we'll go do circus stuff right after that. Just like 5 minutes, 7 minutes, I guess.
Okay.
I'll be 10 years, sorry.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You better be here, Brad. There may or may not be some Flinken exclusive content in the Flinken part of the arc.
Yeah. This is the Flinken
Wait,
part, isn't it? Shit.
Flinken?
Luckily, I'm here for it.
Hey, where did Flinken go?
Flinken just spends the entire
He's
arc
still
dodging the circus because he owes one of the performers like $20.
Oh,
I also took my meds just now.
Oh, let's go. I'm medicated.
I think I was so
What's a
tired.
golden reliquary?
So a
my bad.
reliquary is a container that keeps a holy item.
I think I was too tired to ask, but I was wondering if Buggy would even like coming back to the circus.
Yeah, before we set break, I asked if you wanted to bring Buggy at all, but we'll figure that out afterwards. I'm gonna go refill my water.
Hey.
Make sure I have a little bit of snack so I don't waste the entire break time. Just fucking about. I'll be right back.
Alright, Salem. Let's go. Can we spin at this mansion before you're gonna start cutting us off?
All right. Can we convince Uti to make Sonic the Hedgehog as a creature? Thoughts?
I mean, technically, Sora's great something grandpa was basically Sonic.
He was
Spun
running.
at us and landed on us.
Oh, he spin dash on you. You're right.
I'm gonna just
Homing
quickly
attack.
unmute to say, very slight spoilers. Y'all don't have to convince me. I've already done it. Just wait till you get there.
Let's go.
I'm pretty sure I heard like a ring sound when he landed on us, Lion. So
What would Sonic rating level be?
What?
So what would Sonic rating level be?
Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. Uti is Muti. Oh, Levi or Gin. Lie.
Yeah, that's
Do you think
both
you'll
her
take?
names.
Do you think you'll take Buggy with you to the circus?
I was going to ask Buggy.
Okay.
What would Buggy
I
do?
don't know if they want to.
Buggy would play Switch with Luffy during a break.
Oh,
I was thinking either we're gonna break out all the other animals in that place, or I don't know. Oh yeah, also find some poison, some shady spot in the circus. I'm sure there's like shady clowns in there.
As someone who has broken out a displacer beast at the circus in Baldur's Gate, that might not be a good idea.
I feel like as a hero, it is my job to free the oppressed. You know?
Yeah, but unlike Buggy, I don't think the displacer beast are sapient creatures and might just start attacking everybody.
Whatever happens after the fact is not my problem.
the base.
They're just creating job opportunities for, other monster hunters.
Oh. Hey, Uti.
Yes.
I am. Do you do it where you could, if there's a level up, you can trade in one multi-class level for the other level?
Look at the rules section of the server
Oh,
and read the rule on level swapping.
yeah.
It says in there.
Hi, I was cutting watermelon. What's up?
That rule is only there as that is kind of the limit for whatever you can do without informing me of anything. Like, you don't have to have my consent to do those kinds of switches. If you want to switch more than that, that's also doable. You just have to tell me about it. I need to know before it happens.
Aw, why?
Because if you, like, let's say Sorath was going to switch to become a cleric, it would be very nice if I knew ahead of time that you were switching 9 levels away from Warlock over to Cleric, because that might affect how I need to run the game a little.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
You mean I can't just become 9 levels deep into Bard just on a...
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, you know? Sucks to suck.
Man.
Yeah, I might give up my frost punch for a little bit next time I level, so I can get further into Artificer. Because then, like, another level after that, I'd be able to get that back anyway. And be farther along in the Artificer.
Yeah, that's an option for sure.
Because the only reason I took 4 levels in Fighter originally was so I could, besides like the 3 levels of Fighter I wanted, was to, that extra level was to get my ability slash feat at the same time as everybody else.
Which, this is a thing I generally tend to say about multiclassing, is multiclassing to, like, stretching for feats usually isn't the best idea when you're multiclassing, because if you're multiclassing, ideally what you're multiclassing for should be something you care about more than a feat.
Yeah, giant smite.
So, yeah. Because you have 5 levels of Artificer. Yeah, so you could go up to level 7 Artificer.
Get my Flash of Genius back.
Yeah. It's like Frost Strike for like, that is cool. But it is a little redundant.
Yeah, what I didn't realize is I lose my 3rd infusion slot after going under level 6 on Artificer, and it doesn't tell you that in the leveling thing. It only shows you on your actual thing.
So yeah, because it competes with the Fire Rune, because both of them are on attack. The Frost Strike has multiple uses, but then you also have the...
I get 2 attacks per action.
Yeah. Anyway, if everyone's chill and back, we can start back up again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watermelon.
I'm not sure how Ron is, but I think Jules here at least.
Points at bread.
Yeah.
Bread.
Not sure about melon bread.
I was always here. I am never leaving.
Alright,
I
Samurai.
am always present. I am God.
I've been here the whole time.
How about the bread? Are they here at the moment?
Bread! Alright, they're dead.
I mean, they might also have just gone to grab something during the break. But they could also be dead. That's an option. But yeah. Let's say, getting back into stuff.
Still making a bit of food. Just do other things.
Yeah.
Do it back yourself.
Yeah. I don't think Brett fell asleep during this break. They did not even vaguely sound like they were gonna pass out right now.
No, they're dead.
Okay, cool.
What's bread?
y'all get called up for your carnival trip? It's a good question, actually, since it came up last session with Gunther in terms of like armor and stuff. What people are wearing, bringing with them.
Sorath is wearing her more casual, like, she's not wearing armor, but she's wearing, like, what she would normally be wearing as a royal going out and about. So she's kind of stepping it up a little bit. But, yeah, very casual, no armor or anything.
Okay.
Technically no weapons, but, you know. None that exist on this plane.
Yeah, true.
You're looking bougie.
Oh, true. True.
What?
This is something I genuinely forgot.
Sure.
Nice.
And it's not gonna affect a lot. But so after, I guess it probably would have been after the encounter with the frogs. So it was part of that, right?
Yeah, froggy move.
Yeah. Sword did not go back. Could summon it, but not unsummon it.
Oh.
Yeah, unsummoning the swords is not a thing.
Oh,
So-
man.
Yeah, just Sorath has had to carry Graceful Dancer.
Oh, that's only.
Never mind. She'll have that
Yeah.
on her, but she'll use a more like decorative sheath for it.
Yeah. You do have the ability to also call the sheath for it. And though it's not something Sorath would use a lot, but yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Gotta carry
she'll do
weapons
that.
like all of us now.
So
it's
Sorath, for
fucking
the first
sucks.
time in like her whole life, actually has to carry around the sword she's using.
Fucking
Now you
sucks.
know how we feel.
This also means that
Ah.
at any point you can grab another one of your swords,
But then I can't
but
put.
then you can't put them back. So if you are unarmed, you can grab a new one, but then you have to carry that one too.
Yeah.
So it's
Would you
a
like to
fun
make-
little thing. Because yes, specifically the way we talked about it working was that Sorath is fetching and grabbing their packed weapons from within Dougal's mansion. That is the storage space, because that is the way Dougal's storage magic would work. Yeah.
She had this before though, but yeah.
Sorath did not pull any blades during the Obari encounter. Yeah. It is just the way, like, considering, like, is it a pocket dimension that is conjured by Sorath, or is it a separate space that Sorath is accessing? So, flavor-wise, yeah. It does not affect much, but...
No.
I could work on making a. How many swords do you have?
I think 5.
I could make a. Quintuple cylinder like sheath holder for you.
Sorry, 5, and then 1 is a handle.
Yes.
Like one's
Oh.
a hilt.
Got it. I could try to make a holster that could hold 5 at one time.
I mostly use the Graceful Dancer sword from Dougal, and the other is simply a hilt, so I do not mind if I must carry that. The others can stay where they are now.
Exactly.
Ah,
Exactly.
Hi, Brett.
It's a bird.
But yeah. So yeah, you've been carrying sword for a bit. That's the thing. I just completely forgot it would be affected by that.
Yeah.
You do
Damn.
still have the ability to conjure weapons. It doesn't have
Okay,
to be your
that's
pack
nice.
weapons, but the ones you physically create, yeah, those like you aren't grabbing those weapons from anywhere. You're just making them out of
Yeah.
magic. Then they vanish afterwards. So if you just need a weapon in a pinch and you don't want to deal with an additional sword to manage, you could just make one. So yeah. Anyway. So consider what armor and stuff people are wearing and bringing along just for the general sake of it, because, you know.
Yeah, Sorath will have a single sword sheath on her, and that's pretty much it.
I guess it'll be weird to bring all my armor. So I guess I'll bring all my weapons, but except for armor.
Yeah. All of you heavy armor users, or more or less anyone who isn't just using light armor, can add padded armor to their equipment and then wear that if they want.
Padded armor? Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out a way to just make a mundane item that would work with an idea I've had, but didn't play out. So y'all are gonna have to run with just padded armor for a bit. Essentially, it's the soft armor that you wear underneath metal, and it does offer some protection. So, yeah.
I will have switched one of my infusions to the Cloak of Many Fashions, my Mind Sharpening Stone to that.
Okay.
So I could have a colorful cloak over my armor.
Yeah.
Infiltrator armor, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bunch of different patches of color, almost like a quilted cloak, but it's fun.
Patches of color. I'm sorry.
What?
Like literal, like quilted, like patches on it.
Levi's probably just used to having a chain on. That he'll just keep it on, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay. I'm putting the padded armor on.
So you guys get appropriately dressed, and with the size of the current group, probably use 2 separate carriages to get to the circus. No, probably it would be 3. So got that Nicholas, Lloyd, and Nomi are coming along. Just for the sake of it, I'm gonna group y'all into who's where. So, like, having that knowledge. Nicholas is definitely staying with me. These carriages can quite comfortably house 4 people. You can cram more people in, but the staff would be more inclined to have more carriages brought out. Are there any people who have preferences in who they're, like, tagging along with, just for flavor purposes?
Sorath will be with Niklaus, Lloyd, and Noemi.
Guess I'll be with Lincoln.
Cool.
That's for all in one party. So I guess that wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Lloyd could be somewhere else, but he could also just be... That's Earth. It was mainly in case there was NPC conversations and stuff.
We hear some bandits on the road.
Yeah, some bandits on the.
Bandits on the road that choose to attack like these people that did something so crazy. Like,
that choose to attack Belrose carriages.
Yeah, bandits on the road. That is the 10-minute drive through the open roads of a city, attacking the Belrose carriage, housing the people who killed the Sudwell beast. I don't think those would be bandits.
very
I think
smart
those
move.
are just suicidal people.
Real.
If no one else has any preferences, we don't need to like have an perfect idea of where everything is. If Sorath just is grabbing the family.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So you guys.
I spy a house.
Okay. I'm gonna put Gunther and Levi in the carriage then.
Can they be? Wait, I found an easy way to separate this. You said they can hold 4, right?
Yeah, pretty comfortably.
Riziak, Gin, Flinkin, Crystal all in one, and then Levi and Gunther are playing I Spy in the last.
So we have 4 effective in one while me and Gunther just chilling by ourselves playing I Spy.
Nice. The locals. The ragtag bunch. The I Spy crew. The carriages trot along towards the carnival. Even as you guys are just approaching through the windows, carriages, you can see light kind of vanishing into the kind of hazy, rainy cloud cover. It is definitely, even from afar, more active than what you've seen previously. You can hear music kind of starting to emanate in from the distance, and the atmosphere becomes a lot livelier as you gently roll in, are kind of escorted out of the carriages. The activity around the main entranceway into the circus kind of halts a bit, just ever so slightly, as the people around kind of take note of the Belrose carriages arriving. They see Sora parting, people stop what they're doing, respectfully bow in her direction. The crowd kind of spreads to allow you guys to move unimpeded. The atmosphere is kind of strange. The music is lively and more or less what you would expect. It is flutes and drums and harps playing around from different areas, different songs playing here and there. But visually the place is drearier. The dim greys, purples and greens kind of dot around the landscape in the both already dark environment and also mild rainfall. Make it like there's a bit of an ominous undertone to it. Definitely a little Halloweeny for sure. The lights are quite abundant. Lanterns and hooded braziers glow brightly around. Though the light is strangely pale, not really that warmth you would expect from normal fire. Nothing like super out of the ordinary, but like the light from the fire is just ever so slightly cold. Yeah, you're at the circus. Lincoln is familiar with this site, but other than that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Circus.
It seems that things haven't started just yet. You did arrive in decent time before things probably start up. Upon your arrival, you can see that there are a couple of people by the entrance. The entrance of the main tent to kind of like look at you and then have a quick discussion, seeming like a little confused. What are the passive perceptions of the group? I'm gonna see if someone has a high enough passive perception, I'll let them roll to see if they can hear it.
I wish it was my other character with a passive
16?
perception of 18.
19.
19.
I think me and Crystal both have 19.
Yeah. I'll allow Crystal and Levi to roll perception checks to see if they
Damn.
could hear the conversation. Hey! Crystal will be able to, from a distance, through the music and probably helped by the fact that the chattering has kind of died down immediately upon your arrival. They seem to be discussing whether or not they should be charging you guys admission. And you can see as one of them kind of heads inside, probably to be like, ask someone, likely the ringleader of the circus, what to do about it. But other than
Crystal
that,
is gonna tell the group.
Hmm.
I think we're famous.
other than that little bit of a moment, there is kind of, thankfully, at least for some people in the group, attention doesn't seem like it's entirely on you guys. Your arrival definitely grabbed everyone for a moment, but it seems like the festivities of the circus is enough that people are occupied with other things. Especially Gunther is experiencing that they aren't constantly being like observed by everyone. Not everyone is immediately stopping everything they're doing to just look at him. So that is very true. Belro's carriage is yeah. We value pettiness. We respect the pettiness.
Yeah, I glared at Matcha in real life.
Unlike last time you guys were here, the place is bustling with activity. Several smaller tents are opened. There are a lot of different, seemingly like party games that you can try. There are throwing games. There are people running what likely are scams of various sorts. Guessing games, memory games, a lot of cards and props all around. There is a lot of different tents that seem to be various food places. Not a lot of like involved, very complicated stuff, but there's a lot of kind of snack food. Yeah. Immediately being informed, probably being able to ask around quite quickly, the main performance they'll start to let people in about an hour or so. Be to enjoy the other aspects of the circus until then.
Yeah.
Thorath wants to play a game,
Mm-hmm.
but very much act like she doesn't. Like, she'll pick a game that she thinks she can be decent at,
Mhm.
but very much like with the knife throwing in
Yeah,
When
when
Cat.
cached, yeah. There
Yeah, she wants to
are games like that.
try. Yeah, she wants to try and fuck with people. Well, she just wants to see if they're gonna be like extra nice to her, or if they're going to like. She's just curious.
There are there is a hammer game. If you mean like the strongman hammer thing where you hit the thing and see if you can then go up, yeah, there is one of those. For sure. There are a lot of those common like fair or circus or Tivoli type games of skill and stuff like that. As you guys are milling about, I'll say, give me an insight check, Sorath.
$21.
There is a very slight tension to some of the staff, specifically in terms of dealing with you, but only at very first. After a little bit, Crystal will probably take note of the other person at the front of the main tent coming back, and then it seems like kind of word spreads and the staff treats you very much like normal. Like you're just some other random patron.
Mm-hmm.
The guests very much are a little mixed there. You can tell quite easily who is a Kimper local and who are just the various sailors who are here and the degrees of respect you are given. It's relatively relaxed. Especially seeing the staff treat you kind of casually. And I'm guessing Sorath isn't kicking up a storm about that.
Oh no, she doesn't care.
The other guests will then kind of begin to relax a little, still keeping their distance, making sure to never be in her way, kind of giving Sorath her berth. But they start to like be willing to do stuff while Sorath is nearby, at least. Oh. Yeah, different games of skill. Is anyone else joining for any of the other things?
Is there any like mallet game where you try to
That's
hit the
That's
bell
the
up?
exact
what
thing
Jewel asked
we
about.
talked about with that Gunther is
Oh.
doing.
I was going. Yeah, I didn't see.
Because I'm guessing Gunther wants to do that. That is relatively simple. Mainly just a roll. Is anyone else gonna try that particular strongman game?
I am,
No.
and I'm gonna use Giant Smite, but not grow in size.
Why are you cheating?
It's fun.
Okay.
Were you
I'll let
impressive?
Gunther definitely go first, though.
Testing the runes.
Mm-hmm.
And Levi would
try-
do it for fun too.
Trying to impress the kids down there, you know?
Yeah. Kid, you gotta come along too.
Oh, alright.
So for this, I want an athletics check.
Oh, is Buggy coming with? Sorry. if I
Yeah,
missed
true.
that.
Is Buggy coming with? I'll say
Axe Buggy.
yeah, Buggy. Their attitude is that as long as they're not, as like they're still staying with you, they're fine.
Sick. All right,
Yeah.
the Buggy's here.
Oh, God.
And also, they do have a rider to that of if any of the staff get like trying grab him or something, Buggy it will not negotiate that they do have the right to bite and or spit poison at people.
We will get them gone. Don't worry.
Yeah, Buggy's here with you then.
I feel like if anyone did like try something after the first like small thing, Sorath would step in.
Yeah, the
So.
staff don't seem to immediately approach Gin about Buggy. It's very clear once you enter into the circus that they've noticed it. And you can... It's not hard to tell that they're aware. But they're not doing anything about it yet. I'll say for the runes are not super subtle magic. Or in terms of Gunther detecting Risyuk using the rune. Like the Giant's Might effect. So, I will inform you, Matcha, you do not have a choice of not becoming. You become large. The thing is, if you are in a confined space, it doesn't change your size. But that is only while you're in that confined space.
I won't use it then.
Yeah. In that case, Gunther does not detect that because Risyuk doesn't do it. But yeah, let me just... So, any game you want to try, for this, you get a copper, give him a copper, and you get a go. So, just eat a copper from your money, and then give me an athletics check, and we'll see how far you can get.
Oh.
You have a +10 to athletics, goddamn.
Yeah, Gunther's strong. Gunther's 23 in strength, so
Wait, you have
23.
23? What?
yeah, Giant's Might belt. Yeah,
It could
broken
be
the strength
higher.
cap. Yeah, you hit the thing, the little metal object that's launched up reaches about a little over halfway. There's a bell at the top that is there if you manage to get a good proper hit. Yeah, just give him a copper and you can go again. You can keep going as long as you're not holding up other people from trying. So, if you want to, you can sink like a platinum in here and just hit over and over. You reel back, more proper technique, with their two-handed tools, not Gunther's expertise. This is a big kind of just mallet, just slamming into a little seesaw section. This time, the projectile is launched significantly higher, does not ring the bell, but it gets close. And you realize that this is definitely not set up so the average person can win it.
Can I try?
Give it a go.
You should
Yeah.
be athletic, right?
Athletics, yeah.
So
Yeet a copper away from your money and give it a go.
eat a copper. All right.
26.
You reel back, using your height probably as leverage, slam it down. The little projectile launches up and does ring the bell. A little chime rings out. Weirdly, kind of dissonantly distant from, oh no, Jules' internet died. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Oh, Raggy.
Hopefully it comes back soon. Well, anyway, continue with Gin's attempt. You do manage to succeed, and you are presented with your choice of whether or not you want a prize that's edible or a prize that is like just a little toy or something like that.
Boy. Can I get... What is the edible options? Is it...
There are a lot of, essentially, you can win the snacks that you can otherwise buy around the place. That, especially for this, because this is not a game that has like big extravagant prices. And then they have little things like kind of prop versions of the clown noses that you see people walking around with, the purple noses. Get one of those. There are some silly little hats.
I'm just... You know what? I'm not gonna get anything. Actually, not get any. I'm just gonna get some food for Buggy.
Oh, is that Jill back, or is that just things reconnecting? Not sure if they're fully back yet. Let's go! Hi, Jewel.
Jewel!
Gin did manage to hit the bell. They have chosen to take a little snack as a prize. You can tell by some of the snack cards that you figure that likely candied fruit would be quite normal. There are some candied, like, dried things. There are candied, like, candied orange zests, candied raisins. There's also just a lot of different stuff. They have popcorn here. They have a lot of different stuff. Gin grabs whatever kind of snack they feel like getting. If anyone else also wants to try the strongman hammer thing more, then you did not get the prize. You were a little short, and realized that this game is not set up in a way where any like regular person could easily win it.
Yeah, I barely just got higher than you.
Yeah, you gotta be kind of strong and a little properly trained, you'd figure, to be able to even score on the bell here. Giving it one more go. Okay. This time, finally, maybe because, maybe helped by seeing Gin do it, getting a little bit more of, like, an idea for the technique they used with the two-handed swing. You hit it forcefully, it shoots up, rings out, the bell again sounding not exactly correct. Kind of rings out in a wider area and it doesn't fully feel like it's coming just from that bell. Like there's a bit of like an omnipresent echo there's a weird sense of acoustics in this open space. But yeah, Gunther can choose to just get the price in form of some of the snacks that are sold around that you could normally buy otherwise. They also have silly hats, clown noses, stuff like that. Did Risyuk still want to try? What kind of silly hats? Well, it is a... there's a lot of, like, checkered, patterned, like, almost cone hats that have various, like, wads and feathers and bells kind of at the very top of that cone. There are some hats that are almost more like that kind of that clown bowler hat style, that are also similarly made in wide, colorful arrangement of fabric. A lot of rainbowy stuff. Nothing crazy. Nothing super interesting. But you can have a little hat. Rainbowy hat. Okay. Gunther is now wearing a rainbow bowler hat. But yeah, did Risyuk want to try this? Or...
Yeah, I'll try for fun.
Yeah!
It's like copper.
Give it another.
Looking at it. Gonna go for it. And he's gonna kind of try to get a good handle on it and then swing. 15.
You get a little higher than Gunther's first attempt. You felt like you did a pretty decent strike and it did not go very far. And yeah, just as Gunther realized with their first couple of swings, this thing is not at all tuned to be accessible to anyone who isn't at least a little bit of a strength freak. I'll say with Risyuk's knowledge, it's unlikely Risyuk gets the bow. I'll tell you now, the DC is 25, but you get it on a nat 20 anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
When it comes to possible things, usually, like, things that are relatively possible, usually nat 20s could.
It's not tuned to be impossible for RAM people to do it, but yeah, not really something that, you know, it's gonna be super reliable. And even a strong person like Gunther, more often than not, isn't going to get the bow. It's, you can very clearly see how this game probably turns a very effortless profit.
That's fun to do anyway. Are there any games that would be, like, a test of memory or anything like that?
Yeah. We can get to that after Sorath does some... Sorath wanted to do a throwing game. They do have a little off into the back, but they do have a hatchet throwing game. You'll see it around the fair. And they also have a more normal game where you're just throwing little sacks to try and knock down targets.
So Rath will try the sack one first.
Okay. Like the other things, it's a copper to try. You get 3 sacks. And it's this nice little stack of not really cups, but more like little blocks what seems like kind of light wood are stacked on top of each other. 4 high, 10 total.
Can I purposely like roll with disadvantage or like fail the rolls for the first
I mean,
one?
you can. What you can do is you can tell me what you're trying to do, and then you roll. And if you want to miss, then as long as you're not rolling absolutely dog shit, you'll miss it.
Yeah, she wants to like do a round like with all 3 of them and just kind of like get a little bit better, but very much make it seem like she's kind of struggling with getting a handle on what the figuring out how to knock them all down.
So you the first one you just want to fully whiff.
Yeah.
Just give me an unarmed strike then, because that's effectively what you're doing.
Six.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ugh.
It's not... Okay, that's a natural one. So you go to throw, and you just want to miss completely. And it kind of careens off, and it hits, like, one of the bottom corner ones. Kind of goes off, and the clown behind kind of goes, "Oh, that was a good throw there." And you can see that just knocks down that one, the rest of the tower is still standing. But you've knocked off the bottom right corner block.
And Sorath is gonna try to be like super like excited about it.
Give me a performance
And yeah.
Natural 1.
10.
Okay. There is a little bit of like there's a small crowd of people, seemingly mostly from Kimpur, kind of watching Sorath do this. No one is walking up to be like nearby. Sorath has kind of the entire stand to themselves. In terms of staff, it's only really the clown at that specific game who's watching it. What are you trying to do for your second throw?
I think she wants to try to like hit near where she just threw the one.
Why did I feel like you're gonna end that hit the clown? I'm like, wait.
No.
Give me a throw.
Is that unarmed again?
Yeah.
Unnatural 20.
Okay. You hit, and it goes more or less exactly where it went last time. Does not hit any other blocks. Just goes through and would have hit the other block if it wasn't already hit. Clown goes, "Oh, what a shame, ma'am. If you just a slight bit, I'm sure you can get the rest of them real quick." And they're grinning at you, and just their eyes are a little intense. Give me an insight check.
Fuck.
Yeah.
23.
They're looking at you. They're not trying to hide it, but essentially what you're gathering is they saw your first throw and immediately went, "Oh, you're bullshitting me. I know you're bullshitting me. I'll play along, sure. But I need you to know, I know." You can tell that the person feels a little challenged by you. Not antagonistically, but they're like, "Okay, game's on."
Sorath is gonna try to hit the other block on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well,
You try and hit specifically that block. Can you roll a d4 for me? Gonna be a little off.
2.
You're a little off, and you end up kind of hitting more of the pieces than you were planning, and kind of take out a little bit of the bottom section. You take down the the left bottom 2, and then the one that's above that as well. And as you see it hit, you're instinctively just go like, oh, well, that's gonna collapse. I accidentally won it. But the blocks stay still. As if they don't topple under the imbalance. Either they're very well stacked or something. Some fuckery is happening there. And Clown goes, hey, you got something, but not all of them, mate. That was a great attempt. And gives like a bit of sarcastic applause, looking about. You can tell the crowd is like a little uneasy with the casual way they're talking to you. And they eventually start joining in, applauding. Kind of have a little bit of a crowd applauding your shitty attempt.
Alright. I should do a round rifle send.
Yeah.
Let me take away another copper. Okay. Yeah. She'll try for reals. Trying to, like, focus on, like, maybe the middle at first to see what she can knock down from the top. Uh... 13.
13. You toss, give me a d4. Maybe a little off from exactly where you wanted to hit.
1.
Okay. The little bag kind of hits the table a little and skids somewhat and knocks off one of the center bottom ones. Structure doesn't collapse, but it could probably keep itself standing up with that. Still structurally intact. Another toss.
I think she's gonna focus on the bottom of it.
Oh.
Okay. Roll a d6 for me.
Can this hit the clown, please? 2.
The beanbag does not hit the clown, but it careens off to their side. They kind of duck out of the way. Oh, a little aggressive there, ma'am. Still, big smile on their
kind
face.
of chuckle.
You have your
Yeah,
last
she'll kind
card.
of chuckle and just like give like a little shrug. Seven.
Okay. Give me a d4.
4.
4, okay. So you toss the last one. It's not a great toss. It's kind of similar to the last, kind of skids of the table if you throw a little too low. Hits the other central block. That flies off, and at this point, both the two middle bottom ones are gone, but the block that was supported by those two is still there. My clown goes, well, I guess we can't all get better all the times. And goes to put it back. Assemble
Sorath
it
is
together.
gonna walk up and try to poke the blocks, or the block that should have fallen.
You poke the block that should have fallen, and give me an Arcana check.
5. Not 1.
So, I will say also, this is kind of like with these games. It's not... There is kind of like a stand, and the thing you're tossing is further in. So, you're getting closer to it, but you'd have to like kind of jump the jump the fence, so to say, to if you want to touch it.
Mm.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you jump over, you walk over to it and tap the lock that was looking kind of loose, and it's kind of like as you tap it, that bit of force seems to give it a little bit of space, almost as if it was wedged between the two blocks, and it falls.
Mm.
Then the clown turns and goes, "Oh, well, you shouldn't be back here, even for someone as important as you." And looks around to the crowd and is like, "It's always important to follow the rules here."
So I will just wave him off and then hop the again.
Okay.
I think
Cool.
she'll try the hatchet game
Yeah.
because her ego hurt.
Does anyone else want to do this specifically?
Hatchet game.
The hatchet game is
I could
another
try.
game, but if someone else
This is
wanted to
beanbag.
toss beanbags at wooden blocks,
I could try it.
okay.
I'll go from watching like Gunther and doing the like hammer to this area to look at Flink and do it.
With you pay a copper. The clown, still very in performance mode, does give you like a little bit of like a wink once you walk up, and you can kind of tell the like there's like a bit of unspoken communication where they're
Yeah,
kind of like, should I go easy on
See,
you, buddy?
anybody could do. Mm-hmm.
So you have the ability right now to kind of non-verbally just communicate whether or not you want the clan to go easy on you. It's up to you.
Do it. Do it.
It comes down to who do you want to fuck with? Do you want to fuck with the clan? Do you want to fuck with Sora?
I think messing with Sora sounds fun.
So you give like a little bit of just like the subtlest look in your eye, kind of veiled by the otherwise like illusions you've got going on. The clowns. Oh, we got another challenger. Puts them up and goes. You give them the copper, they give you the beanbags. Cool. Give me an unarmed strike.
Unarmed.
It'd be funny if we put 3 natural ones in a row.
Oh wait, my thing's not. Button's not working. Give it a sec.
Yeah. Take your time.
Uno. 1.
Is Sora
I don't know how to-
staying to watch Flink and throw, or are they just leaving immediately?
Nah, she'll stay.
Refresh the page and it fucking still is.
The page being stupid for you.
It seems to be the case. Let me.
Your unarmed strike modifier is +3.
+3, yep. Can you roll it for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I have no buttons.
Actually, I'm going to make a bit of an executive decision here, I think. I'm gonna roll with this, because this is effectively what the unarmed strike would be if you used Dex. And you aren't a monk anymore, but that doesn't mean you have entirely forgotten every single thing you've practiced. The first beanbag is a miserable failure. By miserable failure, it means it misses a little bit. Doesn't hit anything. Clown goes, oh well there, sir, you gotta be better than that. And immediately there's like a little bit more of like a relaxed mood to the crowd. You can hear like a little bit of chuckling as Sorath is no longer the one doing things, so people aren't scared to react. Guessing you go for your second toss, or if you want to retort in any way.
Well, I'll show you this next shot. It'll definitely wow you, as it would be. I'm just absolutely talking shit. It's like,
Yeah.
I have no idea if it's going to be any good.
Kinda are. You reel back. You realize, yeah, you're a little bit out of form. Like, it's been a while since you've been like tossing stuff. And maybe there's like magic stuff. Is like missing an arm means you're a little bit off balance. It's not great. You do manage to take off the very tippy top block. But yeah.
I was gonna like enhance ability before or something like that. Just cause. But yeah, it's all good. Can I save it for the last throw?
You can enhance ability for the last throw, sure. What are the components for enhanceability?
Or a feather of beast and verbal somatic and.
Okay, verbal somatic material. Give me a performance check and a sleight of hand check.
I have no buttons.
Oh, true.
Can you scroll?
I'll do that. I literally forgot that you can't click the other buttons as well. Sleight of hand. Okay, cool. And a performance. And it is a little better. Yeah. So enough, definitely, that most of the crowd don't, like, no one in the crowd really notices anything. Thora catches onto the spellcasting. Levi and Crystal would also. But you have successfully enhanced ability. I'm guessing you're picking dexterity?
Yes. Just whatever this is.
Yeah.
You know.
Last throw then? You can definitely tell that the clown noticed what you're doing, but they're not saying anything about it. Okay. Last one with advantage. Hey!
There we go.
Oh, jeez.
The last throw
Those are some rules.
flies so through. It just hits the dead center of the blocks and just takes all of the other blocks just with them with the sheer impact of it. You can see the clown definitely being perfectly safe in the moment, but performatively jumping to the side going, oh! As they dive out of the way of the quote-unquote debris. As you fully, totally nail this tower here. And yeah, the clown eventually comes back up there with now currently their big clown shoe on their head instead of their hat, the hat missing. They kind of come out like, is it safe? There's a little bit of some giggles, especially from the younger members of the audience. You go, oh, well, golly, that's... You've definitely earned a prize there. You are at liberty to pick. Do you want some snacks, or do you want a silly little prop?
As if Sorath would start clapping genuinely. Just stop clapping.
I'd get a silly little prop because I can just buy snacks.
Yeah. You already have a hat and a clown nose. If you want, you can add little fake flowers. Essentially just random clown gear and knickknacks. Pick your choice of clown accessories.
Well, is it like one of those? Is it one of those like
stack
neck
of
things?
hats.
You can also start a stack of hats. True.
That is cool. True. That's good.
Can you
True.
stack noses?
Is there like one of those like, clown frill things around the neck?
Yes, definitely you can get one of those.
Oh,
Yeah.
It is. You grab it. It is cheap. It is bad quality because those things are very expensive to make in this time. But you got one now.
Yeah.
Is there is there a bag of holding that only holds ribbons and you
No.
can put it in your mouth?
No. There are no. These are not magical at all. You're getting carnival prices.
Oh yeah.
It's like the plushie that you win for that you can buy for like $2 online that they have as a big prize. Yeah. You have successfully aced the beanbag game.
Hooray!
Let's go.
I like how you used inflict wounds. I like how you used inflict wounds instead.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same number. I was like, yeah, do you have a +6 lying around? And I was like, and that was the first one I saw. You do have a couple of other +6s, but...
Even though it was a normal throw, those blocks are all infused with necromantic energy somehow.
The wounds inflicted are on Sorat's pride. Yeah.
I think she's not too bugged by
Yeah.
it, but yeah.
Moving on.
That was quite a throw.
There are other games that play out Circus for hatchets, not to go through just an endless amount of Circus games. There's someone who hasn't done anything that specifically wants to try something out of some fashion. They have a lot of different things. If you have a skill you want to test, you can bring it forth and I can see if I can think of an appropriate game for it. But other than that...
We can say, they have one of those games where, where you have a bottle cup, like 3 cups.
Yeah.
Three card Monty.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. They're definitely...
DDR.
DDR.
Yo.
Yo.
Awesome.
They do not have DDR.
Boo.
What they do have, which is something that Crystal can do, doesn't seem like it's necessarily something that's designed to be a game, but more as like a thing that they used to show off. There are some people who are kind of in this like small little acrobatic performance where there's a series of like narrow poles and beams that they are essentially like doing jump rope jumps at. And it seems like they're kind of playing it back and forth, partly showing off skill, partly doing a comedic performance of having to continuously jump up and down on these narrow spots without getting tripped up by the rope. That would be the closest thing to DDR that there would be here.
Hey, is this close? Like, yeah, let's go.
So first, the 3-card Monty, as Matcha said. It is there are someone who's sitting with 3 cups and there's like this small little metal ball that you can definitely do if you want to, Levi. You want to have a perception game, so to say.
Sure.
The clown sits down and explains, I'm going to be putting this ball underneath this air cup, and I'm going to move shuffling around just like this, and now the ball's over here, and then I shuffle them here, the ball's over here. Very easy to pay attention to at first. They simply explain, all you gotta do is point out which cup the ball is under at the end of the game. Think you're pretty big man.
Oh, okay, alright.
Okay, wonderful. You give them a copper, as the other games. Give me a perception check.
The name of the game today.
They immediately start moving the cups way faster than they did before. You're kind of caught off guard by the speed at first, and just you immediately go like, oh fuck, I lost it immediately. You are left with 3 cups. left, middle, and right.
Well, don't you know? Left is always right.
Okay. You pick up you touch the left cup. The clown picks it up. It is not under there. It's under the middle cup.
Oh, you're fast.
Oh, I've been told I've got a little bit of a slippery finger. And just big, goofy smile.
Okay, here, let me try again.
Yeah, of course. And give me another perception check.
A 3.
Yeah, you're not really following.
Well, left is always right.
You go with the left again. And goes, oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir, but it turns out it wasn't the left, it was middle last time, so it turns out that the right's all that left. And it falls under the right cup.
Oh.
I'm gonna give it another go.
Sure.
Give me another perception check then. Okay.
23.
They put it on there. This time you're really focused. You locked in. And you pay attention to where the ball goes. You're very certain that it's in the right cup again.
I mean, my first thing felt like the right up.
The clown smiles at you and opens the right cup, and it's not there.
Right hand.
Lifts
Is
the
this
other
Levi spends like 50 gold?
lifts the other two cups, and there's a ball underneath both of
Oh,
them.
yeah, what's going on? Oh, what you said?
They lift the middle and left cup, and there's a ball underneath both of them.
Whoa, how did you do that?
No, there's just another ball snuck in. Well, I suppose, sir, that means, you were double wrong. It's like a little bit of laughing. People
Any other
around
tricks
you.
you know?
Hmm?
Any other tricks you know? You might just watch us and do tricks.
Oh, no tricks here. I just move cups back and forth. Are you gonna insist on other rounds, or are you gonna let the other people play?
And you always let them play.
Next up after Levi, you guys are starting to pick up on a pattern that the clowns, the circus, are seemingly, with a lot of the, especially the games of skill, are rigging the games against adults. And it seems like a lot of kids are getting away with whatever they're doing. As the kid puts down a copper to get from parent, and clown plays around and definitely is going a little slower than they did with Levi. Would say even with Levi's passive perception, you can tell that the kid picks the wrong cup, and the clown lifts it up. There's a ball underneath the cup, and the clown goes, "Hey, good job, old guy. This means..." As he reaches to, as the kid eventually points out the thing. Let's say the kid also wants to know. Clown reaches and puts it on. "Well, this means you've got better eyes than someone who slayed the suitable beast." And the little kid seems ecstatic about it. And yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That's right though.
Yeah. If you... So essentially, Flinkin enabled kid mode. where they bring the game in your favor and still manage to completely biff it, like almost completely biff it twice, and then nat 20'd it, so it didn't matter. Yeah. They magically cheated and then got a nat 20. That was what was needed to defeat the kid version of the game.
Yeah, something flicking.
Yeah.
How do we unlock the kid version of D&D Beyond?
Well, you gotta ask Wizard of the Coast about that. Other than that, the did Crystal want to challenge the acrobatic jump ropers?
Yeah.
Okay. The
PR!
walk up, they're in their silly little outfits, big old clown shoes, bouncing around. You approach them, and the clown goes, "You feel like challenging the old expert here, eh?" And kind of gestures for you to step up on your own pole. And they... So, game is, we just stay up here, and the last one standing wins. They do not charge you a copper for this. You figure there is no price. This doesn't seem like it's a normal game. It's more them letting you challenge for the sake of everyone else's entertainment. Yeah, give me an acrobatics check.
Watch this.
Hey,
Oh,
that's pretty good.
I wanted to fail.
The pole you're standing on is narrow enough that you're kind of stuck jumping up and down on one leg. So is the other person, the clown you're competing against. At first, the jump rope is quite slow, giving you some time to get the rhythm of it. They up the pace a little bit, and then they start suddenly alternating the pace, trying to fake you out. Both of you, eyes locked, keep jumping, touching the rope perfectly. Give me another acrobatics check. As another clown jumps in with another pair of clowns jumps in with a second pair, or a second rope, at a slightly different angle. Definitely a slightly different pace. At this point, you manage barely to stay on the pole, kind of caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the second rope. The clown, steel focus, keeps their jumping. But you do manage to barely keep going. Give me another acrobatics check. As another clown that has kind of come around from another event kind of runs over to the place where all these poles and beams are set up on this little platform, and kind of dramatically reveals a crank behind a tarp. So yeah, another acrobatics check. As they begin to crank it, and the entire platform starts rotating.
Oh my god.
32, holy shit.
And as it rotates quicker and quicker, both of you are keeping up on the jumping. The ropes are not an issue, but you can tell eventually, as the platform rotates faster and faster, that the clown is mostly struggle with trying to lean forward, balancing that without being tossed back. And eventually, that clown loses their grip a little. You can tell they're about to fall off. Your knowledge, especially, I'll count that acrobatics check as part of it. they're just slipping ever so slightly. You'd figure they could have a pretty good landing. They deliberately, as they notice, like, oh god, I guess I lost, they toss themselves backward dramatically into a roll and land against a kind of side section of this tented area to shelter them from the rain. Kind of crashes into some boxes and barrels of stuff in a dramatic fashion. And the crowd, genuinely pretty impressed, begins applauding Crystal for being a very good acrobat, it seems.
She's going to do a little courtesy.
Clown kind of eventually staggers out of the pile of stuff they threw themselves into. Great job there, as you are more a clown than I've ever been.
Is that a compliment?
And they just shrug.
I mean, it's up to interpretation. So I just run along with it.
Yeah. You guys continue going around engaging with different little games, maybe buying snacks if you feel like that. Feel free to just toss some copper into the void for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Hatchet games are had, or different mind games.
Great job at it.
Gunther, you go looking for a candy apple, and you can tell that there definitely was supposed to be candy apples here. One of the tents that sells different candied fruits has like an embroidery of candy apple, but there are no fresh fruit in Pleasant Valley at the moment. There are no candied apple. There are other candied stuff. Like I said, candied raisin. There's candied orange rinds, which are really good. There's a lot of... Candied raisins can be really good depending on if you just caramelize them, but you can also do other stuff with that. Things can be a little more involved than just sugar. But, yeah. The raisins have this kind of very refreshing, like, sourness to the candied, kind of like layer of sugar outside it. It's like a little bit of a lemony twist on the raisin, and the raisins underneath is a raisin. It's pretty neat. Not something groundbreaking. It's definitely something you could get somewhere else, but yeah, it's a neat little treat.
I would like to say that at some point, probably spend a bunch of snacks run around.
Are you spending a gold on snacks?
Yes,
Most snacks here are a copper a piece.
that's what I mean.
So you're buying 100.
Yes.
There is not enough snack variety that you can do that, unless you want to just keep buying a lot of the same stuff over and over again.
This guy's buying out a whole stock.
He probably would, and should give it to random kids at some point.
Okay, you can definitely spend a gold just to hand stuff out to people, yeah, for sure. So,
Like, of course, a bit of it is just like eating himself, but like a bit of it is just handing
Yeah.
it to random kids.
yeah,
At
no,
this
it
point, like,
is.
you
It is.
wearing the clown nose.
It is quite excessive to spend a week's worth of rent on candy. She's not that expensive, so yeah, you definitely have to share it around, for sure. But yeah, as you guys explore around, there are a lot of different activities, things kind of relax a little more around Sorath after a further while, as it seems the crowd get more and more comfortable with Sorath just being around. Less jumpy about having to manage themselves near a royal. For I figure that at least the people who were involved with the animal shenanigans earlier would notice that most of the cages that are kind of been like the outer line of the carnival are empty. And then eventually you can hear kind of the music pick up a little as it becomes clear that the things are like the carnival's main attraction is starting up again. There's a bit of a hustle and bustle as people start to move in that direction.
Looks like the main show's about to start.
Oh, we gotta make sure we get our seats.
People have
Ian,
already
are you,
kind of began flocking in, and it is, as was learned earlier, it is a silver for admission, it seems, for most people. But as your group arrives, and kind of the crowd clears a little to give you guys the time to enter as a group, undisturbed by the others, the person at the tent goes, "Welcome to the grand performance," and reaches out a little pouch that seems to appear from nowhere to ask for admission. "We have been informed that it would be only fair those such mighty and powerful as you paid in gold." And the clown at the entrance just has this super sweet, clean expression to them. But there's very little personality to it. And they go around
Fair enough.
the group, get to Sorath, and... "Does Milady believe gold would be sufficient for her?"
They're wanting us to pay how much?
A gold per person was what they said would be fair for someone as mighty as a group as mighty as this, and then they deliberately go to Sorath at the end and asked, "Does Milady believe a gold would be sufficient for her admission?" Big grin on their face.
Is this how much you've been charging everyone else?
No, certainly not.
What have you been charging them?
Silver as advertised.
So why a gold for us?
Well, it would only be fair that...
How much taller is she than this clown?
Probably a couple inches. Well, it would only be fair, given the fact that they're given so much of what they have, and I'd imagine a gold or even a platinum, dare I speak it, would be so little from one such as you.
Rizik will mentally talk to Sorath.
I saw Levi give a gold out earlier. It shouldn't be that much a problem. Paid for gold for a bunch of candy to give out. Percentile-wise, yes, he is right. Like how tax works. Come on, a gold's nothing to us.
Thorath's gonna ignore him. And
how much silver have you been taking from the people?
Only a silver? And they note, and children enter free as long as they're accompanied by an adult. Though I don't think you've got many. And then, kind of as their finger dances along the group, stops at Gin. Well, that'll count. Gesturing at Buggy, who kind of hisses.
Oh, yeah, Noemi.
Yeah, are we with them?
You can be with Nicholas and Lloyd and Noemi.
Yeah.
The clown at the entrance would go, well, they, of course, would charge the normal rate. Normal citizens and all that.
I can understand an upcharge for me, as you know of my status in this area. But the others will pay a silver.
Give me your choice of persuasion or intimidation, depending on what approach you want to take.
She'll start with persuasion.
Okay.
16.
That clown will kind of performatively slump a little and go, ah, well, suppose that will have to work.
Yes, it will.
A silver for the rest of your friends, then. Peace.
And Sorath will give a gold and 6 silver.
There you go. Thank you very much, and just kind of the antagonism disappears immediately into this laid back, jolly customer service.
Weirdos.
Can I insight check him to see if he's gonna hold that against us?
Sure, yeah.
Wait, I'll roll another one just in case. Advantage and all.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be that 24 plus 4, 1d4, 26.
You're not sure about hold against? It's kind of hard to gauge the intentions of anyone here, really. But very clear that they are like mentally noting this encounter. And it seems like they're definitely judging. Not the group as much, but definitely Sorath.
I'll telekinetically tell him, sorry, if I tried to do anything, I don't know how much more in trouble with them I'd be.
Clown, as you guys move in towards the tent, and they are on with the next people. Responds telepathically back. Don't worry. Don't hold anything against you. And they...
Interesting. Yeah, I'll teleport one... glad to know. Interesting, I haven't had a telepathic conversation since one of our patrons left on their own. Not patron, one of our
compatriots
members left on their own.
Yeah.
Compatriots.
Go. Well, it's more common than you'd think. That's the response you get back. Then the telepathic connection kind of vanishes as you walk further into the town. There are just a large, like, circular stand that you kind of enter into the middle of, that surround this circular, almost pit that has, in this current moment, just has a small little circular pedestal, little platform. Nothing happening yet. You can see up, far up onto the ceiling of this tent, there are fittings and yet to be unfurled tools for probably a trapeze artist's routine. They are up on the opposite side of where you guys are entering the tent. There is also another gap in tribunes where you figure the performers will enter from, whatever they do. People are kind of settling down. Not a lot of people have entered. You guys are able to sit wherever you want, kind of. Whether you want to sit far, like down, close to the central circle, or if you want to sit higher up, or want to sit close to the exit, or close to where things, where the actors enter from. It's up to y'all.
Ask Lincoln where thinks would be the best place to sit for a performance like this. Fred, are you there?
I would say for
Fred?
For Lincoln's knowledge. Not sure if Brad's here at this current moment.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
They might just be muted.
Yay!
I would say probably from experience.
Fred's awake.
Yeah, from experience, Lincoln. You'd say that sitting all the way in front is not the best, because you get a great view of everything that's happening down in that dust pit, but then the trapeze artist and everything that's happening higher up, you miss a little bit out. So you'd probably say sitting like 1/3 of the way back, probably be where you would pick. If you sit all the way at the back, then you're not going to see the stuff that's happening down as easily.
Yeah.
That would be probably from Flinken's experience, especially since Flinken has been to this carnival first, or circus first. So they've been there before and seen a performance. And I'd figure that might have been where you sat back when you did it the first time, or you might have learned from that experience if Flinken and their dad picked some bad seats. So.
Oh yeah, I recommend just sitting like a little bit further back from the very front, because you'll miss a couple things with that. So just recommend it to everybody.
Guessing the group sits together? Y'all can split up if you want.
Yeah, we get no reason to split.
What was that? That did not pick up very well.
I said there's no reason to split.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect time to split the party. Actually, like
Yeah.
why would we group together?
I'm just gonna assume you guys are sitting together unless someone wants to sit apart for a reason, you know?
No.
Yeah.
No reason.
So I'm guessing you guys are all following Flinken's advice. And find a nice spot, a little bit away from the first couple of rows. And as people start to filter in, you can tell that it's getting a little tight packed. And though the area directly around you still is somewhat spacious, as people are not willing to bunch up on y'all. You guys are seated comfortably, so to say. People slowly trail in, and you can tell eventually it gets a little darker as big flaps at the front of the tent close. The outdoor flames no longer illuminate the space, only little hanging torches and sconces along some of the posts that are keeping the tent up. It's low lit, though you figure it's probably a little bit of a dramatic thing to let things kind of simmer in the darkness a little before the performance begins properly. I would like a... What is... What do I want to pick here? I would like, from Flinken, a choice between Insight, Performance, or Arcana.
I would probably do performance because that's my highest.
Okay.
Can you roll it for me?
Yeah.
Natural 100.
DM privileges.
Natural 2.
Yeah. Performance. Not 4. So they're kind of, you're settling down and you're feeling out the air. There's something, you can tell that something is just going on. Something is happening. You're not entirely sure what. The only thing you can kind of definitively pick up on is you can sense the kind of slight nervous tension in the air of a performance space or a lost performance. You figure, even though it hasn't been said, something in your head just kind of clicks, oh, they're leaving after this.
Mm-hmm.
They're going somewhere else after this.
Wait a minute.
There's something... So there's that. There's also just a little something that just doesn't bug you. It's not disconcerting. Just like a little something that's off that you can't really place.
Mm-hmm.
Do with that information as you wish. But yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to be done after this, and they're going to pack up, and they're definitely gearing up for something, right?
Yeah. They're
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're heading out of here after this performance, for sure. You can tell. There's always a special air to the first and the last performance. So, yeah, Flinken's picking up on that bit. Yeah. Do you share its information around, or are you keeping it to yourself for now, or doing anything with the information?
I'd probably let my group know.
Okay.
You know, it's like...
The group is informed. Noemi is upset that they're leaving. Just thinks that's mean of them. She wants them to stay. And Niklaus kind of goes through they have to go somewhere. You can't be upset. And then Lloyd eventually goes, Emmy, no more sulking. Performance is happening. If you sulk anymore, you're gonna miss the whole performance. Pay attention. And he kind of goes, okay. It becomes quite clear that Niklaus is, though both dads here are definitely passionately spoiling her. Lloyd seems to be the one that's every now and then willing to step in a tiny bit. But yeah.
I wonder if they have another planned visit to a different city in Pleasant Valley. Or
nowhere else to go.
I highly doubt it. I do not imagine they would be as welcomed in Gusum and Kimpa as our lounges. Town.
where do they plan to go if not in Pleasant Valley? I mean, at the moment, there's expected no exit of the lands. I think that is... I mean, at least this place would... A traveling establishment like this would know that, at least. Right?
They seem somewhat crafty. I imagine if anyone knows how to get out of the current situations that the valley is in, it might be them.
If that's so, shouldn't we inquire about it after the performance? They definitely seem magically inclined, like you say.
Yes, but if they are the only ones that have been able to get in and out, we still need to solve the issue at large.
It would be good to know what they know if that's the case.
Also, can you also message what's his name? Jagal,
Dugal?
right?
No.
Yeah, Jagal. Yeah, Dugal.
No.
Yeah.
Not possible.
Stuff doesn't go out.
They have not been able to.
I said if they're able to leave.
If they are
That's what I
able to
mean.
leave, then yeah.
Maybe. So I have a feeling they might not be inclined to share with one of my status.
Yeah, it was weird how they treated you at the entrance.
It is something that I have gotten used to. Either I allow myself to be a pushover, or I lean into the more negative outlook they have on me. But I still do my best to be respectable and do what's best for people. Hence why I did not demand that they charge me a single silver. I understand.
This little conversation is happening. There is a sound of a drum. Just quick. And just enough that you can hear the whisperings and conversation happening around the crowd ever so slightly die down as their attention is drawn towards the performance area. Drum continues like that, like a heartbeat, occasionally a couple of times. Then the crowd dies down just a little bit. Rolls into a little bit of a faster beat to a drum roll. Then grows in intensity as you can hear drums kind of join in all around you, almost as if they're beneath you. Perhaps there are performers underneath the entire seating tribunal area. And as the drum roll kind of builds intensity there, you can see almost as there's a haze that kind of started to linger in the room, that now lights that are kind of dangling a little freely, swinging through. Not really a spotlight, but still kind of illuminating certain parts of the arena as they swing about. And the drum roll build and build and then cut out for a split second. And then with a synchronous loud dun dun, there is a flash of light and sparks and confetti that erupts from that little pedestal podium at the center, and a small tabaxi with their fur kind of into a tight mustache and a sharp goatee that extends a decent bit below their chin. In a deep purple, kind of washed out green suit and bowler hat. They have a whip that's trailing behind them in the air, kind of floating slightly. They stand triumphantly posing for the crowd. Yeah. Crystal, recognizes the person.
Oh shit.
And Flink recognizes the person.
Oh.
No,
Uh,
who is it?
during. Oh, sorry.
I'll explain exactly who it is as they introduce themselves. They go, guests, women, children, people, welcome. And there's another spark and flash and thudding of drums. To this grand performance, I, Gar F. Jovilt, will be your ringmaster first today. They do a deep bow.
Garfield.
Yes, this is Garfield as an NPC that Bread created,
Oh.
a decent bit over a year ago now, I think.
Mm.
This is another
question
example
would
of the things Bread makes me do, and I love that. As they kind of
Yeah, I'm just.
Hmm.
Oh, you go.
No, go.
Oh, yeah. All of my stuff is just like wacky shit. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
What if there's a weird thing?
Yeah. As Gar, in his deep bow, arms outstretched, kind of enjoys this a round of applause. Comes in, they flick their whip that kind of darts out to the side with there's a whip crack, but it's definitely not at the volume you would expect a whip crack to be at. There is this almost floatiness to the ear, as if it's denser above. You can see the light that's been swinging around kind of start to distort in wavy patterns around the place, primarily around the Circus pit that Gar is in the middle of. Crystal, you can hear now, more clearly than before, the laughter and the jubilation of those spirits. It's as if they've gathered, and there's enough of them that they're audible, competing with the rest of the noises around you. Gar continues speaking. Today, you shall be witness to a great many wonders, a great many performances, perhaps a miracle or two. They're kind of swinging around this little stand very dramatically. There will be dangerous beasts. You can hear from the crowd in the direction that they gestured like a whoa, but all of you are very certain that didn't come from the crowd. There will be a daring act. Same effect from another part of the crowd. There will be. And he kind of steps down and tilts his lungs, and with a triumphant almost roar, he goes, "Clowns!" And the entire place becomes brighter. And you hear the noise of a bunch of clowns kind of almost in a stampede into the area from what you figure is the performance entrance. Then you can start to see them very skillfully drop from hidden up in the rafters and ropes. Then eventually, from among the crowd in the stands, occasionally you see a person who's like, was there a clown next to them before that clown gets up and starts gently, carefully, just kind of bouncing down the rows as they gather in the center, kind of swirling around God, who's spinning dramatically.
Does a double take at Flinken.
There's definitely some nostalgia to this for you, Flinken. It has been very long since you've seen this performance. They did not do a performance when you met them in Les Belles.
Oh.
And this is the same way they opened the show when you saw this performance back when you were a little kid. And part of your showman brain goes, you should have changed up your act a little bit in all these years. Part of it's kind of like, it's nice to see that some things are the same.
Uti,
Yes.
can I ready a detect magic spell to kind of... Rizyuk not doing it to disprove anything, but he's kind of interested in seeing the mechanics of if they're...
What are you readying it
is
for?
magic.
You can't just cast it.
When the first act starts,
Okay.
kind of to get a mechanical sense of the whole circus, like more so than the be like,
the
oh, that
area
guy's
of this
using
tent
magic
is
for-"
big enough that your detect magic will not be reaching very far into the performance area.
Yeah.
But you can still do it.
Yeah.
You know, if he's casting spell, I want to cast a spell.
Mhm.
I want to cast enhance ability on myself, just so I can watch better.
Okay, cool.
you gave yourself those little binoculars.
Yeah,
but they're
theater
magic.
binoculars.
Like, why are you ruining the magic? I'm
Yeah,
talking
Rizyuk doing it
for
in a way
Rizyuk.
of he's doing it in a way of appreciating the mechanics of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but appreciate it by not knowing what they are.
Risyuk's the engineer at the
Suspend
magic
your
show who is like,
disbelief.
yo, that's so cool. I don't care about what you just did, but that floor opened and closed really quickly. That's going to be an interesting mechanism for that.
And it's going to be
Like-
really cool when you see things that don't produce magic yet, they still did it. and
It's
I'm
like my
oh.
worst nightmare to sit and watch like a play with.
It's like my stepbrother who was horrible to watch movies with because he'd been on movie sets and he would be like, oh, yeah, no, that's actually a mistake because you can see the cameraman should actually have been here, so you can kind of see the reflection of side of this guy's hoodie in the mirror of this car, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Rizyuk's courteous enough not to tell what he sees to others. He just
Yeah.
keeps it. He's just like, I want to see the mechanics of this because this has got to be crazy with
Yeah.
what we're all the magic we've kind of passively were going by this whole day.
So I'm guessing Levi's casting enhance ability wisdom.
Yeah, you want to see better.
Yeah. Gunther is just watching? Okay. Good to know.
Sorath is watching Emmy every once in a while to see what her reactions are, but then otherwise she's just watching it.
Yeah. Emmy is very enthralled now that things have happened. These
Mhm.
hounds are all kind of swirling around, all running around this central circle Gar's doing as the drums now followed by string instruments, flutes. The music is a little has a sinister hint to it that plays into the kind of strange atmosphere that they've got going on. The very cohesive act in that sense. And as Gar continues spinning around, he begins slightly lifting up from the platform, still a couple of feet, enough that it's noticeable, enough that he can spin faster and faster, and the clowns begin rushing around faster and faster to the point where pretty sure that's not normal speed to move at. For as the energy kind of builds here again, Gar like a orchestra director, swish with their hands. The music, the drums, lights all come to a sudden halt, and all the clowns in the center vanish in an instant. And Gar descends gracefully. All that and more at this, the Veil Whisper Circus's last performance here in this town. There is a mix of cheering and applause and a mix of people going, "Aww." It's a bit of that awkward moment where, like, the crowd is not in agreement on how they react, so it just becomes this mixed mess. And in that moment, as they are waiting for the crowd's response to die down, their eyes kind of dart around the crowd, finding your group.
Can I summon Timothy now
Yes.
on my shoulder? Yeah.
Summon Timothy to your shoulder. It's virtually unnoticed by people around you and the giant spectacle of the situation. Gar sees you summon the bird. There's like a slightly sly smile to it. Is to the expression that he has. You're not... It's definitely more complicated than you would have expected.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Give me an insight check.
I found a website where we can just roll a d20.
Oh, yeah.
So
sure.
it is a 13 with my modifier, which is a... Which one was it again?
Insight.
Insight. So 23 in total.
23, okay. Nice.
Oh, you got plus 10 to insight?
Yeah! That shit's crazy.
I just had a realization that a lot of us have little companions with us now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like...
Levi has nobody.
Levi doesn't have a
So
companion.
lonely.
Sora technically has Aspiel.
Well, he's got a bed that...
I was gonna make that
Yeah.
joke. I was gonna make
I'm not sure if I would call her little or companion, but she's there. Not right now, but occasionally.
I mean, technically she's the only one person in the group married, at least.
I was gonna make the joke of
Mark,
it
no
no
wonder.
longer has Raguel as a pet.
She has Dougal.
Yeah. With a 23, you can tell Lincoln that Gar is... There is definitely something off about him. He's always, and by always, I mean the few times you've encountered and interacted with him, seemed unhinged. He's never ever seemed like a very stable type, but it's something about the way he's looking at you. It's like an elevated form of that.
Okay.
It's, if it wasn't specifically this magic clown circus leader, you'd probably be worried if you were picking up that from everyone else. It's not a big change, but it's enough of a change that it's noticeable. And it's kind of... I'll say with 3 you can get that. Seems like maybe he's what's been feeling off about things.
Oh,
Give me
yeah.
a perception check. I'll let you have advantage because you have Timothy here. And in this specific situation, I feel like Timothy is able to help you, as you are dealing very specifically with the fell.
Natural 20.
10 and 18, and perception is +4.
Yeah.
22.
You, looking at him, it is clear to you that he is distracted. His focus is elsewhere. He kind of he checked around, was like, okay, these people are there, there's Flinkin, and it's like his attention is drawn off somewhere. And you can tell that he's kind of phoning it in a little. Which, from what you know about him, is not what he would do. Something else has his attention right now, to the point where he is not able to fully dedicate himself.
Okay, so can I see where he's looking, or where specifically? Is he looking in a specific direction where his attention is going?
Give me a normal perception check.
Normal perception. I
Natural
got
15.
17. I got 17. My set perception is +4, so 21.
21, okay.
21.
It's hard to tell. You're a decent bit away from him. And he's kind of not directly facing towards you. You're not sure if he's looking at anything specific. It's like he's kind of just staring into the middle distance. All this kind of happens in that moment where Gar is letting the applause and expressions of the crowd kind of die down a little. As they do, he continues again. But fear not, my dear guests. Tonight will certainly be a night that you can remember forever. He bows, and even in this relatively well-lit center stage, he just vanishes into the shadow. As if it's stepping into a shadow and just vanishes out of view. And the little circular platform he has been standing on kind of collapses in on itself and kind of falls flat as you hear a bunch of noises, animal noises, as slowly begins a performance of different clowns either doing daring stunts or different choreographed funny bits with different definitely very dangerous animals. It's the displacer beasts, as much as brought up earlier this session, are involved in a essentially game of cat and mouse with clowns for serving as the mice. Much less, not really in a bullfighting sense, as with the arrival of displacer beasts are also very quickly, almost like rushed, wheeled in several structures, creating almost this maze of obstacles that the clowns duck and dive in between to try and avoid the displacer beasts that are. And this group can tell this from the amount of experience they have with monster hunting. These displacer beasts are hunting.
They actually are taking it seriously.
Yeah. And currently they seem to just be focusing on these clowns, jumping and dancing around between obstacles, hiding and doing acrobatic stunts, stumbling over each other gracefully as a displacer beast launches past, And it strikes you that if any one of these displacer beasts wanted to, they could just jump into the crowd. And it would be casualties galore. And this continues, different acts. Some of the monsters seem to be more tame and be in choreographed segments. There is a extended segment of a bunch of clowns who enter dressed in very extravagantly ornate but very clearly almost comically cheaply made ballroom gowns that walk in as music begins to play, this nice royal waltz as they begin dancing with each other. And you can tell the energy kind of loses it a little bit as people are just watching these clowns dance for a bit. And then, eventually, more clowns arrive with a large flock of owlbears that some clowns are kind of riding in. The owlbears join in, and the owlbears join in the choreographed waltz. And you can clearly start to gather and figure out these creatures are here because they're tamed and they're part of the performance. These creatures are just feral and wild and are just used in that sense. But yeah.
Nudge Blinken and be like, I wonder if Basil would ever be able to do that.
Given Basil's history of coordination, they're a decent bit away from dancing. The takeaway from the general performance with all the animals is it seems like these monsters are kept very much like circus animals, with all the ups and downs of that. So, probably they could be treated better. Though, it seems at least the circus has a good control over these otherwise very dangerous creatures.
No, firsthand.
Yeah.
Say saying's wrong that it would free them randomly.
Yeah, it's doesn't seem much different with most of these creatures than what normal circuses are doing with animals as well. Given the conditions some of the animals were kept in, it doesn't seem like they're being treated. It doesn't seem like they're being directly abused necessarily, but definitely not being kept the best. It's a kind of an iffy case. Eventually, there are performances of far more comedic forms, clowns who commit to various acts and kind of stumbling through things. They've got other clowns jumping from high places to be caught while people are standing to trying to catch them, and then the net that they're trying to catch them rip, and the clown just barrels into a shallow pool. Large splashes. It continues on. The performance itself lasts a better part of an hour and a half. Constantly building on itself. And it seems at least that the crowd is enjoying it. The audience is very much enjoying things. Noemi is having a lot of fun too, for that matter. For Flinken, that kind of off sense permeates everything. You can kind of tell now that you're put onto it, that it seems like the performers are a little off as well. Give me an insight check.
Insight. I got an 18.
Hey,
Make that a
28.
28.
Yeah. You can tell, especially in moments where perhaps there's a clan that, like, oh, in this part of the routine, I'm not doing anything. They're glancing off back towards the quote-unquote backstage area, where you figure Gar is. And you can tell that it seems like the people at the circus are all kind of like glancing off. They've got something about Gar on their minds. Seems like they're picking up on the same thing you're picking up on. Though they've definitely, from the way they're acting, probably known, like, seen it earlier and for longer than you.
Can I sneak backstage?
Sure. Give me a stealth check with advantage, because you do technically still have enhanced ability dexterity going. I'll allow it to be a tail end, because you did activate that for a single roll, then, you know, went about for a little bit. And let's say you sneak about, you try and sneak backstage, as long as you're not sneaking backstage at the very end of everything. I'll allow you to have advantage from enhanced ability.
Oh, okay, so one more roll's 2, the other's 19.
Hey! What's your stealth modifier?
And +6.
+6?
So 25.
You disappear. The group also not noticing that you're gone for a little bit. And you manage to sneak off. Kind of just...
Hey, Flinky, can you pass the popcorn?
There's just popcorn next to you, where Flinkin was sitting. There's no Flinkin. But you kind of just sneak your way through the crowd. You're using your Shulen monk training to just noodle your way through this otherwise very tight, packed audience. Just no one really notices you, and you disappear backstage. We'll get to that
later on.
The rest of you are not really picking up on any weirdness.
Yeah, no. I haven't never seen this before. I don't know how the vibes are supposed to be.
Yeah. You've definitely seen performers never on this scale. Just the sheer size and amount of stuff happening is a little boggling. To the point that this even for someone like Sorath, who definitely has seen their share, their amount of extravagant entertainment, this is on a scale that Sorath has not seen before. Just this, the size of the tent, the size of the amenities, the amount of performers. It's definitely impressive in that sense. Crystal, you're watching all this unfold, all these performers. Damn, like a bunch of different routines, most of them pretty good. Even the things that might not be your thing, they're at least good performances. It's definitely very entertaining. But I know Crystal's mostly waiting for one thing. And it's not the final act, but it's towards the end of the show, when one of the acts is ended kind of by being overtaken by a bunch of clowns that are dressed in silly outfits, as they all are, but with extra draped fabrics that flow behind them as they swing in to view dramatically on these trapezes. And you can see Minia from one of them kind of just hanging on with one foot, swings, and towards another person. There's a bit of a gap between them, and she lets go and kind of flies that little bit, grabs onto their hands and swings. They are about 40 feet above ground, so about 13 meters up.
Oh, wow.
And they're swinging fast. None of this is anything you would guess would be considered safe at all. You can see no security gear. They're just swinging back and forth. I'm going to over Minia, kind of on about maybe her third swing or so. She spots you in the crowd and gives you a little smile before her focus goes back to what she's doing. She's definitely noticed you there and seemed happy. Didn't seem upset seeing you there. And she seems to be in good performing shape, so that's good.
Whoever's sat next to Crystal right now can just hear her kind of like trilling under her breath.
They swung back and forth at kind of like an increasingly alarming pace before eventually you can see as one of the artists is holding the legs of another who is then in turn holding Minia's hands, and they swing just off in a direction where there's nothing, and they just launch Minia in that direction. You see no rope, no trapeze, no other performer there to catch them. With the lift they get from the arc of the swing, probably about 20 or so meters to the ground. The launch from that is... everything else has been very smooth, but it's very chaotic, and she kind of just goes flying, spinning kind of limbs awkwardly, swinging out in different directions. Doesn't seem like she's got any control over the movement, and you can hear as the crowd sees and realize there's like a building. Oh, as it becomes very clear that she's going to just hit the ground. Probably die. Based on the altitude of the swing.
I don't have a spell that stops that, so there's nothing I could do. He would do something if he could, but...
She's a decent bit away from y'all.
I didn't
I'm
have
trying to
very,
imagine where exactly, you know...
didn't have Featherfall prepared today.
They're in the air falling currently right now.
Yeah, they're about like 60 foot up in the air. They're about 60 feet away from you in ground distance, so you know, hypotenuse and all that. They're a decent bit away from y'all.
Is this a part of the act? Is the question.
People are talking about spells, so I'm gonna let y'all split moment choose if anyone wanted to do anything.
I mean, the best...
Minia, the person who Crystal's been vibing with, just seems to have launched off in a direction where there is no rope, no trapeze artists, and is kind of just out of control, spiraling in the air, and seems to, at this point, be heading towards the ground. And it's kind of just currently in that split moment. There hasn't been like a conversation or anything. She isn't like floating about in the air for like a full minute. I am not describing it, so people can have like that moment.
I mean, even if I want to do something, I can't.
Yeah.
How
far away is she?
Like I said, 60 foot along the ground and 60 foot up again.
120 feet.
Actually,
I mean, the question is, would I think of it as anything out of the ordinary from like this is supposed to be?
That's also true. It's like
yeah, that's up to
Yeah,
y'all.
Sorath wouldn't think anything of it.
I think. Oh, I don't think Gin can do anything unless he just runs at them.
No,
Yeah.
Jules saying
Sorath can't do
Gin can
anything.
throw. What if Gin threw Gunther at them?
Toss me.
I wouldn't think I would think anything's out of the ordinary.
I'll look at Gunther in the split
Can you
moment
like invite?
to see if Gunther is okay with it.
Okay.
All right, I pick up Gunther and I chuck Gunther to try to intercept them in the air.
Give me an athletics check.
Good.
14.
Okay. I want Gunther to give me an athletics check as well. Okay. So, yeah, you can definitely do that, Crystal. In that split moment, Sorath is sitting there like, yeah. That's an interesting part of the performance. Levi and Risyuk are sitting there being like, wait, is this part of the performance? Crystal immediately just super speed teleports across the crowd, and then at almost imperceptibly high speed just gets to probably around where Munia would land. And while that happens, Gin and Gunther just look at each other, nod once, and just... So, you don't get the best throw, Gin, but Gunther is able to kind of maneuver it. I'll say if Gunther uses their rabbit hop to kind of like aid with the launch and their ear maneuverability, just mark that off if you want. You can definitely reach her.
Let's go!
Let's go! We got a cannon!
I'm assuming
And we
Jules
shoot
gonna do
Gunther's.
that. I said,
Okay.
your Gin's throw and with Gunther's Gin's throw and Gunther's kind of kicking off the throw. I'll say with those numbers, if you use Rabbit Hop, you'll reach her to like aid the jump even further. So just mark off Rabbit Hop. And what do you do when you get to her? You're also now 60 feet in the air. You kind of get there. Halfway through your flight, she kind of spins and sees you and looks very confused at why there is a Gunther flying at her.
The clown is going to be a part of that performance before we enter. Wait, Flinken's gone.
Yeah. You're kind of just next to Minnie in the air. You're kind of hitting each other at an angle. So... I mean, you can just go limp and just collide into each other if you want, but, you know, you can do something else, too.
I was thinking that Gunther would just, like, tackle them in the air, and then they'll go to the other side of the...
Yeah, maybe.
tent.
What is Gunther trying to do up there?
Tackle.
Maybe they could, like, land on Gunther.
Rizyuk just looks super perplexed of like, wait, are we ruining an axe right now?
So you jump up, kind of get up, grab her, and like ready yourself to brace. And she, in that split moment, looks at you and it's like she makes a decision. And she very quickly just says, "Hold this," and pushes something into your hand.
Oh my god. This is part of the act.
Oh shit, it was part of the act.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Go
Did we-
Fucking circus!
I didn't want to say anything, but I could fucking hear Udi smiling when he was like fucking like
This is
awesome
sure
situation.
Yeah,
part of
this
it.
is something
yeah,
that I've
we get
been
it.
waiting for so long, because I love, because these moves happen in like circus acts a lot, and I'm like, well, what if we did have a group of people who could actually realistically do something to try and help that person in that moment? Like, did they
But
fuck
y'all
up the
have
act,
been-
or is this the act?
You have to be very
Sora
fair. It's like
just is
because-
holding like
oh.
the Sorath is just holding like the bridge of her nose between her fingers, just like God. Damn it."
This is all
gotta be
happening
fair,
within like a
like-
second.
Rizuki
looks at Thorath like, we can't go anywhere, can we?
You gotta be fair. None of us have been into a circus except for Flinkin. And maybe
Yeah,
Sora.
and also this could
Oh.
have totally been just
Yeah.
an accident, and you
Yeah.
guys like, do we not do anything? We have the power to do something. Should we do something? But yeah,
I think Rizu thought it was part of the act, and if it wasn't, he would have been like, "Oh shit, I messed
Yeah,
up."
I think,
anyways,
like Flink, Levi was in the same boat, so I can't blame you.
Minya has pushed something into Gunther's hand that Gunther cannot see, and just said, "Hold this."
Oh, goodness.
So happy this is exactly the way it turned out.
Oh my God.
So you hold on to it
Rizu
And-
kind of like looking like embarrassed, like, "Uh-oh."
with
Well, no,
Crystal.
we don't know what's going on. We just see that they're being launched, you know?
Yeah.
We don't hear a whole.
With Crystal, I guess underneath, kind of. Are you trying to catch Minya? Was that the plan, or was there not really a plan?
Yeah.
Okay, you were trying to catch.
I
So
was-
you stand there. You see Gunther hit, and you can see them change like trajectory a little bit, and you move to like and then as they fall, and to the point where they get to about 10 foot off the ground, and then whatever you're holding, Gunther, tightens. It's like a rope going slack, and then immediately slamming tight. It is quite a lot of force. I'd like a strength saving throw, but make it with advantage. This is just to see if the rope goes taut and you just launch off it.
The whole natural one.
Okay. So, Crystal, you're standing there like ready to catch them. Probably some part of your brain is at this point processing, I'm not strong enough to catch them, especially not both of them. And as they are about to hit you, the rope that Gunther's been handed taut, and they swing off in an arc around the stage. And as the ropes like snaps taut, there's a kind of green shine and shimmer to it. The rope itself, either it's an invisible rope that was there, or it's a conjured magical thing. But it is at least visible to the audience in this moment. As the crowd goes from that, like, to a more panicked expression of just fear as they see Minya launch towards the ground, and then Gunther, in a split moment, being launched at Minya, grabbing her, clearly grabbing some sort of rope and saving her at the last minute. There's a uproarious applause as that anxiety is relieved from that. And as you guys are
Yes.
swinging around Gunther, you hear Minia just go, "Great save."
Immediately untenses after hearing the crowd applause. Like,
I'm gonna applause too.
Crystal is just left standing there, like arms out to catch, and just they go off to the other side of the stage.
Did I strike a pose?
Give me a performance check.
Oh no.
It's not a great pose.
You're
It takes a
there.
while before you do it because you're just processing, and then you do it. It's not the best pose. It doesn't really matter because at this point the attention is more on the other side of the area where Gunther and Minia is currently. And you kind of land on the ground, probably putting Minia down as you land, or you just holding, like still carrying Minia while you're standing there. She is probably like about, yeah, like she's like 5 something. I don't know if I said an exact height. Session was introduced, but yeah. You put her down. There's a lot of applause. Minia bows to the crowd. Once seeing her bow, I don't know. Yeah, they kind of seems like some of the crowd maybe think this was a planned thing, part of the act. Some people maybe interpret it just as her being like, "Yeah, I'm good, guys." There's a lot of there's a long stretch of just applause that you are. Yeah, give me a performance check, you as well, I guess, to hide your panic.
I'm sure Gunther is pumping with adrenaline right now. Just...
Yeah, pumping with adrenaline, and also currently not in the exact middle, but towards the middle of this circus area with spotlights on them, while a crowd of hundreds of people are cheering.
Gin's also gonna be cheering for Gunther, like, "Go Gunther!"
Go Gunther. Leave out here. You do it. Leave out also. Go Gunther.
How far is Gunther away from us now?
At this point, probably, I'd say 45 feet?
I'm going to use Vortex Warp to put him next to us, back in his seat.
Oh.
If you're willing to be warped back to your seat, Gunther. Like in an instant, they wouldn't be able to tell where you went.
You get to say, you get to consent.
You have to give your consent.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's
that makes
a
sense.
Constitution roll.
Yeah.
Or Constitution save.
Yeah, this is, you're very familiar with this spell. You've seen Risyuk use it many times. This is the get someone out of somewhere spell.
Gunther is too panicked to give you consent.
Risyuk, seeing the panic on Gunther, tries the spell, like, to see if... But if not, it would be a
I'll allow you
Constitution
to essentially kind of go kind of soft on this, like casting the spell, like so it wouldn't do effect unless someone accepted it. I'll allow that.
save.
You would have you're 9th level. That sounds like something you should be allowed to do.
Hold on.
No, it's an instant thing. You kind of, they're bowing as this giant crowd is there cheering you. You just, and you kind of are self-aware enough to know you're not hiding your panic crazy well. And then you feel that kind of tug and twisting of reality from Risyuk's Vortex Warp that would put teleport you somewhere else. You don't know where, but it would teleport you somewhere else.
You know that he can, Rizu can choose where he teleports people in by those means.
So, but it's in that moment. Like, the applause has been probably happening for a couple of seconds. You've been bowing like that for a couple of seconds.
And the reason Riddick is doing this is because he can see the panic.
Okay.
Okay. And then it coalesces around you, and you just blink, and you're in your seat.
You vanish from the stage. There's another exclamation of shock from the audience. Another uproaring of even greater applause as they see this spectacular display. Gunther in their seat now being definitely more out of the limelight. Also literally being out of the physical spotlight.
Don't have to
Not-
say. Hope you're okay, buddy.
Nice work, Gunther.
Oh, Gunther, when
Natural.
did you become part of that? When did you become part of the act?
Minia seeing Gunther vanish. Kind of look around. You're like, what the fuck just happened? The Crystal standing there, like a pose. She'll just give Crystal like a little thank you smile. And then she'll reach kind of just up, and you'll see as it goes taut again, another rope, and she's pulled up. And these artists who've kind of so far been kind of like awkwardly swinging back and forth, being like, what the fuck's happening? Are we continuing this? And she comes back up and they continue their act. Is
Nope.
Crystal gonna make their way back?
Can I barrel roll backstage?
From here, you can just walk into the backstage, like...
No, but I
Or-
want to look cool when I
Okay,
do it.
give me a performance check then. Yeah.
Oh shit.
I thought you were thinking like vaulting over like audience members or something. No.
Natural 1.
You do a pretty alright, like, twist and a roll off the stage into the backstage area.
Nailed it.
We're flanking this.
Where Flinken is, and has been for a little bit. The rest of the act, the trapeze artists finish their part, slowly incorporates more and more magic. Slowly but surely, things are illusory added. You can see people jumping around and dancing as if they're walking on thin air, and things get increasingly more magical, and more performers join back in, and there's stuff happening on the floor, there's stuff happening kind of in the air above them, there's stuff happening from the trapezes. It is a kind of cavalcade of just act upon act layered on top of each other, to the point where you can't pay attention to all of it. No matter where you look, there's something happening. You can tell that it's all kind of building towards this finishing, like, finale, like climactic finale, I suppose. I'll say your detect magic that you had going would definitely have gone, like, disappeared by now. Previously, you've mainly just picked up on illusion magic here and there, just ambiently in the air. There's been magic present in every single one of the acts, though not as clearly as this, for sure.
Yo.
So, Blinken,
Yes.
let's say like half an hour before all that, you snuck off backstage. You've not been to
Yeah, let's say
this
that.
specific backstage area before, but it's nothing special. You can see performers who are getting out of one outfit, getting into another. You can see props being arranged. You can see them fresh off with new illusions to just add a little bit of sparkle and shine to everything that's happening.
Yeah.
As you step in, some people look at you. Clearly, they're well trained to where if someone stumbles in here, they would probably be like, "Hey, get out of here." But
Yeah.
you did say that a while at the circus, you were allowing your hat and nose to be shown. They see you. You can tell that immediately. Someone's like, "Oh, someone stumbled in. Hey, the performance is out there. Go up there." But then looks at your nose, sees that it's not one of the shitty ones that they give out for winning a little prize game. Doesn't recognize who you are immediately. But sees those and goes, eh. And that just allows you to waltz about. As most people at the circus, you don't know. You haven't, hung out with these people for years. You know a handful of people that you interacted with.
Yeah.
The circus has more than 100 people working at it.
Yeah, naturally.
What are you trying to do here backstage?
I'm just gonna go try and meet up with the ringleader and stuff like that.
Okay.
Just gonna check what's going on.
Cool. As you...
I still have Timothy out as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Give me an Arcana check with advantage.
I gotta check advantage. Arcana is +1, I think. So it becomes a 17.
17, okay. You head towards where you would expect guard to be, in the kind of sectioned off little room that they stay in most of the time. And as you get there, you're picking up on the same kind of whispers as you heard in your dream, but they're kind of just present.
Oh,
Those
okay.
fell whispers. And they're a little intense. It's like you're in a room with 20 different people trying to tell you a separate story. And they're all very much want you to be listening to their story specifically.
Okay. Is there any stories that I can really listen to that are particularly noteworthy, or
Give me a perception check.
another single roll comes to a 5, and with my perception being +4, it's 9.
Not really.
Yeah.
It's... You could never really fully pick up on things until either the whispers agreed and decided to say the same thing, or when you met your representative. Because then it was only one person talking. But in this moment, yeah, it's like how it was in the dream the first time, before you managed to get any bearing on trying to, unite the whispers. This gets a little louder as you get to the little drape of a curtain that kind of closes off this little section of this back scene tent. Stage tent, yeah.
Okay.
Do you enter, or do you wanna...
Yeah, I'll enter, because of, what you have to do.
As you enter, you see Gar sitting on kind of like this half pillow, half stool almost, in front of a bronze mirror. They're kind of just staring into. They do not have their clown nose on. It's on the table in front of them. This will be the first time you've seen a guy without their nose on. He's just staring into the mirror. He looks like he's focusing really hard.
Very tender moment for him.
I could do. I kind of just like, you know, just like trying to get his attention and stuff like that. So I'm not like, you know.
You have to do it a couple of times before they kind of snap out of whatever they were focusing on. And the voices kind of quiet down and disappear once his attention shifts to you. Give me an insight check.
It's just a roll. 16. I rolled low.
Yeah. You don't pick up everything, but you can tell that immediately once the voices just kind of... those whispers vanish. You can see like a physical tension leave them. They look stressed still, but it's as if you physically lifted a weight off them. And they, for a moment, just look at you, and then it's like they realize, oh, true, speaking. And they go, Lincoln, it's good to see that you're enjoying the performance out there. Sorry, can I help you?
Oh yeah, what's something going wrong, buddy? Like your performance, not what it used to be. Well, not the same energy I've seen you like put out before. Something wrong.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion, and that's 12 and 13, 25.
Okay. They go, oh no, it's all okay. It's just a little a lot to manage with the move and everything. We gotta pack up and get going quite quickly. You don't really need to insight check it. It's
Yeah.
they're not
Obviously
telling
not.
truth. And the fact that you're picking up on it that easily also is a little worrying for you. Gar is not someone you would expect to immediately catch a lie. Usually there's more effort required for that.
Yeah. Well, you've also got big plans straight after this, I'd assume, considering, like, you've got... rather than just the move itself, I would assume.
Sure. Plenty of towns that are in desperate need of entertainment.
Oh, yes, of course. That, of course. You know, just heavily with sarcasm. You know, just like, he's like, I'm onto your bullshit. Like, sure.
They kind of look around this little section of area, get up, peek their head kind of halfway out of the town flap, kind of to scan the area to see if there's anyone immediately nearby. And they go, I'm doing fine, I promise. There's just... it's a lot of volume.
Volume?
Yes, the whispering has been loud since we got here.
I've been hearing it as I made my way to here. It's definitely... they have a lot to say.
They aren't agreeing on anything. I cannot focus or grasp any pieces of it. You can tell here, this is the thing that's stressing them. You know that Gar and the Circus has kind of been, for a very long time, been traveling based on directions almost, from Gar hearing the whispers. But yeah, it seems like they're struggling to tell them apart. And just being overwhelmed.
Well, why don't we both listen to it together and see if we can discern anything? Because, like, as you obviously can see, I've got a friend here that might be able to help us. And, like, can I have Timothy kind of just, like, fly around when I'm saying that?
Yeah. They seem a little jumpy around Timothy. Not frightened, but a little uncertain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so give me an Arcana check. This one has advantage as well, I guess.
With advantage?
Yeah.
Okay, plus 15, 16 total.
Within that moment, Timothy's flying about, you kind of focus on it. You can hear the whispers a little again. They kind of hushed a little once you and Gar started talking. They're still there. It's like they took a step back to let you guys have your moment.
Okay.
Gar will go. It's no kids. The whispers have been not terribly helpful since we arrived here. And they kind of reach back to their desk and they're grabbing a bottle of something that doesn't smell like alcohol, but it has a very strong to it. Kind of just drink from.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
because
burns a little in your
I remember
nostrils
they
being near it. Yeah?
Yeah. I'll bring up the information that I got from the when I was talking to them before, how there was like
God,
to
I
help them,
do not
like-
remember her name right now.
yeah, but like how they brought up that like there's something about the Pleasant Valley which was like they were like tied to like, and they required me to like, or they inquired about like, you know, helping them and stuff like that. I remember I don't remember the specific details. I just know that there's like something about
Yeah.
Pleasant Valley.
So yeah, it was kind of like a wheel, like you've showed up, we want you to help us help you figure this stuff out. I mean, like, our interests are the same here. And you were introduced to whatever her name is. I'll look back in my notes later and find it. But she presented herself as kind of a contact for you. One of the voices amongst the whispers that you could kind of call upon. I believe we established that you do that by spinning the propeller on your hat. Which, you know, Lincoln Core if there ever was any. But yeah, so you can call her out from the whispers. That is a thing you have the ability to do. As long as there are whispers in the shadow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll spin it around and then call them out.
From almost emerging from like a coat rack, the shadows between the collection of Gar's extravagant clowny coats, emerges the quite tall figure, kind of having to hunch a little as this place is built for Gar, who is just a little taller than Flinken, not by much, just a tiny bit taller than Flinken. So he's definitely, she's definitely a little large for this place. She kind of emerges with a smile. Her head bumps into the canvas ceiling, and she kind of looks up and kind of precociously sits down and directs her attention towards you, Flink, and goes, "You called?" And Gar kind of looks between Lincoln and her, being like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck's happening?"
Oh, she'll be able to discern exactly what they're trying to say. You know, the Shadowfell and all that. About like what exactly they're asking for, since like they're so split about what they like, you know, what they need. So I'm like, yeah, can you help us discern exactly what they want from us? They seem a bit torn, and they're like, it's making it a bit hard to discern exactly.
And she nods and looks at Gar and goes, "You must be the ones that we have been reaching with our whispers. There's been a lot of disagreement on our council. I apologize if this disturbed you." Gar looks kind of like they're frozen. You're not sure if they're fully processing the current situation.
Oh, it's like no bother. It's just like as long as we know what exactly they need, we can both work together about what, you know, getting what each party needs and stuff.
It's concerns, of course. Looks around. Circus's presence here. Some on the council. And as she begins to talk more like about the facts of the matter, it seems like Gar's kind of like able to grab onto that and get himself back into conversation. Some on the council want more drastic action than others. Some on the council believe that the circus should not be here at all. We're in a bit of a... We're having a struggle finding agreement.
Oh yeah, what exactly is the reason they want us out? Like, is it because it... Wait, what exactly is the reason? Sorry.
Oh, well, this place here is not supposed to be here. And, believe it or not, if you take an entire... What is this? A town? It's a town? A city? And
I'd say city.
Put it somewhere else. It's quite disturbing for the people who were already there.
Ah, yes.
And on top of that, it's not something that's probably manageable in the long run. Would be better to take care of this before it becomes an eventual problem, yes?
You know what? I agree. I don't like things that like cause problems in the long run just to be left alone, because people do that all the time. I mean, it does your head in. Of course.
And that's of course where you come in and kind of gestures to Plunkin to try and untangle this mess. And there's disagreement on what the circus's role should be and all that. Some want to capitalize on this and even some scales while there is the chance for it. Some believe it is too delicate of a situation. I can't give you a conclusive answer. I am,
Oh,
after
yes,
all,
of course.
only one voice of the council.
Heck, as long as we know what even partly what the council wants, we can start moving on there. And now that we know, we can start making proper actions that'll make all of the council happy. I would hope so.
Certainly. And Gar kind of gets in. You are one of the whispers I've been hearing. And kind of narrow eyes, a little suspicious. And your contact goes, yes, though we have not had I've not really interacted one-on-one, so I frankly was not entirely sure who we were whispering to. It's nice to meet you. Gar kind of just looks at you, Flinkin, goes, when is it you managed to do this? What? We met on... It was only a couple of months ago when you left.
I mean, a lot has changed, and I go to wave a stump on my arm.
Gar looks at it and knows, like, oh! And kind of goes, hey! And gives you a thumbs up, like an approval.
Yeah.
I believe and Gar is missing an eye. So yeah, all of the people at the circus seem to be missing some part of their body in some fashion. So, Flinkin has joined the club. Very likely not in the same way that the others have. And Flinkin seems to be missing more than a lot of the others are. But, yeah. Gar kind of just sees the stamp and goes, hey! Thumbs up and just like, hey! Cool! Good job, dude!
But yeah, we were visiting Scar Canyon, and I think shortly after that, I was able to meet with the obviously the council member over here.
The very tall and just kind of sitting, like, kind of holding her knees, kind of hunched, just nods. Like, yes, they entered here and they happened to stumble in the right way and reached out in the right spots and
Stumbling in the right place is exactly what I do.
and I was able to reach out and get more personal contact.
Yeah, and I think that's really just the extent of it, really. I don't think it's any like, I agreed to help them, and then they're also here to help us both. A mutual arrangement, if we will.
Gar nods in understanding. And goes, It's possible that maybe such a mutual arrangement can be established, so looks at like in, as they said, the council? Got like questioning. Maybe does not have to yell over each other.
Of course, Your Majesty. Whatever.
You can call it whatever the fuck you want. She does not mind.
Yeah. I just like we call back to that.
Yeah.
Of course, Your Majesty. We can do exactly what you need. And I'm glad we can have a more, a more quiet discussion instead of like having a
Oh,
shout.
Gar was the one who asked for the arrangement, not your contact.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Kind of just goes. I mean, I can look into that. Certainly, I could try and. If there's another, do you have a whisper you are familiar with? You can see as she kind of tilts her head a little. Not, I could stand in as your contact as well. There's a little bit of. She shifts a little as she says it. She's trying to almost convince him. Give me an insight check.
Inside check. Rolling that now. It's gonna be a certain number that is fucking low.
Oh,
Make that a 13.
13. You don't really pick up a lot. She is hard to read. You can clearly tell that she has her own interests here. That she'd probably benefit in some way from being the one to contact Gar. You have no idea what those interests are, what her intentions are. Yeah, it's.
I mean, like my assumption would be since that she'll be like contacting directly, she can like put her views a lot more, like, to the forefront type of thing. But that's more of an assumption type of thing.
Yeah, from what you've gathered, it seems like the Whispers, for the most part, at least so far, have been pretty in agreement about you. It seems like they very much disagree about what's to do with Gar, and you have no idea what her perspective is. And what the other perspectives are.
Mm-hmm.
Gar kind of chimes him with a. It is hard to tell the Whispers apart. As if can't really see a pattern in them. There have been times where I've agreed with one Whisper more than another, yeah. But if that has been the same Whisper, it's hard to tell. Your contact's gonna move their attention back to you, so I can. Well, while I might be your contact on the council, I suppose you are my contact here. And it reaches her hand, gesturing at you, Lincoln.
Yeah,
What do you think?
Well, you're definitely one of the first of the council members to formally come forward and come greet us, which I propose that, that it is probably the best choice as it is. And if you also agree to it, and I think it'll benefit us both having you as representative for both of us.
The whispers grow louder again. This time,
they disagree.
Like they're whispering over you. Like they're trying to get their say in. It's virtually impossible to tell what they're saying when they're speaking over each other.
Ignore that.
That's what the whispers are.
Yeah, they're just kind of like coming from. There's no specific area where they're coming from, are they?
No, they're kind of just a noise that sounds like it comes from nowhere.
Can I just temporarily cast silence on the area? To see just like if I can get the whispers to kind of just like stop for a bit.
Yeah.
And like,
Cast
so
silence.
I just like lift my hand. Yeah, lift my hand up. Just like flick of the finger. Silence the area. temporarily.
Everything goes quiet. You can see Gar, who was kind of starting to tense up a little. You gather it's probably, from the way they were handling themselves, it's probably been at least several days, if not weeks, where it's just been constant noise for him.
Mm-hmm.
And as the whispers rose in intensity, and then immediately go quiet again, you can see Gar just kind of almost lean back a little and just go. You don't hear it, but you can see the sigh of relief.
And can also use minor illusion to like just type to write out to So they're like, would you please inform the council that if they want to have a choice, like want to have a discussion, I'm available, I'm ready for it, but like one at a time, please.
He will reach just down to the ground, kind of lift up like a little carpet covering and just right into the dirt. And she'll write, that would be exceedingly difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Just
okay.
gives you a little
then...
shrug. She seems to be kind of like she's been previously, but she still doesn't seem like she's taking anything very seriously.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Instead, can we channel specific voices into specific areas so that we can, to make it less of a mishmash? They can still talk at the same time. Just, we have specific councils at specific areas, so like it limits the amount of like, everywhere they are.
She wipes her writing in the dirt, writes again. Sadly, that's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
She'll wipe that and write. It kind of is an all or nothing kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, can I? Is
At this point, in the silence, you are starting to hear very quietly the whispers building.
Yeah, I'll take it as silence. It's not going to get that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, but it's slowly rising in volume. Either the voices have found a way around it, or they've somehow just kept rising in volume until they've just overrun the magic. You're not sure, but they're very intent on being heard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So I cancel out the magic just for now, just like to get the like voice out and stuff.
Whispers are, for a very brief moment, extremely loud before they quiet down a little to compensate.
Yeah. Okay, can I, like... Is there a way I can, like, meditate or, like, channel the voices a bit more, like, through me
an Arcana.
and stuff? Arcana, that's a 20!
Hey!
21.
You try and focus in on the voices. Almost trying to convince them to talk to you instead of anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
None of them are stopping talking. It seems like they're just intent on having their say endlessly. But in that little bit of control in the communication, you kind of manage to essentially establish a little bit of authority. And it becomes a little clearer to the council that some of this has to happen on your terms, not just theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And they communicate the one thing that they agree about. She already has someone to represent. And then it goes back into a cacophony of different opinions.
Oh, she already has somebody to represent. Okay.
Yeah, she represents you, dude.
Okay.
It's the only thing
Then
the rest
can
of the voices agree about. She goes, well, that is true. Maybe because of happenstance, maybe because I'm most qualified for the job. And again, the whispers kind of unify, not in words, but just like in the
emotion.
In the collective emotion of fuck you.
Okay, then I'll just contact them again. It's just like, there's nothing stopping any of you from coming up here yourselves as well, is there? As a genuine question, like towards that and stuff like that, like not like just like a genuine question, like yes, like, is there anything stopping you guys from coming here?
I'll allow the nat 20 to carry over and say that you get one more word out of them to kind of pick up. It's bottleneck.
Oh, bottleneck. Oh, okay. So like it's a limited to one person type of thing. And so the rest have to like speak through the person.
Yeah, or they're all currently very much trying. And nothing is coming through because none of them are willing to concede it. Yeah,
they're all trying to go in at once and like claim it. Well, they're like, it's like, I think the only reason that they got through is because they don't take it as seriously and stuff. And people are kind of like, yeah, you can kind of do whatever. Considering how like nonchalant she is about the situation. So
yeah,
they probably don't really see that as like a threat to their authority and like the council position.
Give me an insight check.
My assumptions. Insight. 18, add to 10, 28.
Yeah, you get the sense that whoever your contact is in their roles just elsewhere, they definitely have the air of both a schemer and a little bit of like slippery individual. She definitely took a chance once it was presented, probably. Might just have been the first to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
There's definitely something a little slimy to her.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And she goes, well, I can't stay forever, so probably best that a decision gets made. Looking kind of split between you and Gar.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm specifically tied to her as well, so...
Yeah, you can call her, but only her.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure, like, the Whisper's only, like... I think the only reason I can contact her is because I've lost so much of myself. Like, there's, like, a enough sacrifice where, like, it was able to, like...
You're not sure exactly why, but somehow when you... During that first night here, when you kind of, like, tried to reach into the darkness, somehow either you, or it was her, or it was a combined effort from the both of you, made you be able to bridge some sort of gap. Probably because of where you currently are. You are currently in a part of the material plane that is stuck in the Shadowfell. So, the rules play a little different here.
Okay.
And yeah, it's,
Yeah.
you can tell that Gar is definitely overwhelmed in this situation. And your representative seems very unwilling to make any decisions. I'll say from the inside check, you have a feeling she can't. It might be against the rules for her to weigh in too heavily. She seems very eager for either you or Gar to make a decision in this moment.
Yeah, because then it's like out of the council's hands about whether they get to decide and stuff like that, and so she can say, "There's nothing that I can do about it." When there's just like, there's like yeah. It'll.
Gar, I'll say Gar will say, I do not particularly in this moment care that much if this is a way to more comfortably communicate with all of these people. I'm happy to do that. What are the alternatives? And she just goes, I'm sorry, it's not up for me to tell.
Okay.
You have a feeling that Gar will probably make some sort of choice. You do have the option to try and weigh in on it or guide it.
Yeah, I don't know exactly know how to guide it exactly. That's a thing.
It seems
like,
the main question is she gonna be Gar's contact as well? Needs to be the main question at hand.
Yeah. And the council is pretty like hell bent on that not happening.
Yeah. You also get the vibe that they would be pretty hell bent on her not representing you either.
Yeah.
The council of a bunch of people who just want what they want.
Yeah. Yeah. I will just say, like, well, it's one of the few times where you get like a very quiet way to hear at least most of what's like, what's happening in the Shadowfell. So I can't say you can't take the decision. It's your choice after all. I'm like, yeah, it's just my contact. I'll probably just give him a power.
Gar goes, would you trust her? Kind of casually pointing in our direction.
Yeah, it's like... enough to make a contract.
And they nod and go.
A binding one, of course, We both parties get to both gain from it.
Fine. That sounds acceptable. The whispers grow very uncomfortably, almost painfully loud. Gara says, she'll be my contract. And then the whispers just vanish as if they lost access in this moment. And she smiles very sweetly. And just kind of nods graciously. Thank you
And I bow
for
back.
making this decision. I am certain I will be very helpful. Now, there's the question of a totem that you can use to contact me. And she reaches over and spins the propeller on your hat. Gar goes, oh. And she hands him kind of just a shadowy void that he reaches into, and pulls out a quite large top hat that is designed so you can squish it flat and then pop it back up again.
Oh yeah, the classic.
Yeah. And goes, puts it on. It is comically tall. It's like about half a meter of hat.
Nice.
Like a foot and a half, just top hat, just goes on top of him. Looks at you. How do I look? Kind of adjusting the hat.
I say it's a fantastic addition.
Nods. You can tell that there's like
Is there a way can,
What?
Is there can I make it a little bit shorter? Just tap it down a bit.
You'll have to like jump up a little to reach the top of it. But you see, jump up, you tap it, and it like collapses like a section and a section. You can kind of adjust how.
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes,
That's probably a bit more your size.
gives you a definitely joking but like slightly mean look. Takes the hat off and then just poofs it all the way open. It is impolite to touch another man's hat. And puts it back on his head. And your contact, as you guys are kind of goofing off about hats, just kind of still smiling, vanishes back into the shadow between the coats. And in that moment, you hear someone go, Gar to stage soon. And he goes, I should go ready in a little bit. You can tell he's got like a little bit of his confidence back. Figure the show's probably about to end.
I'll head out with you as well. Maybe not, like... Can I join him in the performance?
Do you want to join him on stage?
Yeah!
And go, why not? It does not hurt to have an extra clown on stage. Puts his nose back on. Stretches.
And I just honk my nose. Honk, honk.
As you guys leave that little tent area, you can see Gar talk to some of the other people. You just see Crystal like somersault their way in backstage. And there's a person who goes, sorry, this is a backstage area, ma'am. You're not supposed to be here. You're gonna miss the show finale, ma'am. And yeah.
Wait, can I run up to them? Oh, we've been waiting for you. Well, come on, we'll head out backstage and join them before the last performance.
Crystal finally managed to get their way backstage. Is being dragged back out again after a little bit.
Oh no!
The 5 minutes as Gar just quickly goes like, okay, so everything's like kind of describes what's happening out there, with all the magical parts of the performance layered on top of each other. And it's like, so we emerge from underneath the place where my podium was. We're gonna extend, being lifted up into the air, and I'm going to do my goodnight and farewell speech. And then the show will end there dramatically. Do whatever you want, make it cool. That's kind of a pitch. So yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
And up to you, Mel, whatever you want to do if you're here at the moment, whether you're in chat or of a voice. Even muted for a bit, which valid. But as you guys get towards that, Emma, I saw that.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm really tired, so
Yeah.
I can't think of anything to do.
That's valid. In that case, Crystal will just be she goes backstage, and then she's just dragged out again. Not really fully aware of what's happening, I guess. Just Crystal's very confusing day at the circus. Also very valid to be tired. But yeah, as now the rest of the remaining party that's been watching this magical cacophony of a finale builds, you see the ringleader emerge together with Flinken and a kind of confused looking Crystal who's kind of just looking about. I'm like, huh? What's happening? What's going on? What are you doing, Flinken, in this moment?
Oh, can I use major image to create like kind of like a I don't know, like if it make it look like the shadows are being dragged to a certain area to kind of bring the illusion a bit more?
Ooh, yeah, definitely. I'll say you probably don't even have to roll for it, but you can roll a performance if you wanna, just to see how much you can add, I guess.
Okay,
Natural.
and then it was a nat 1. Let me re-roll that.
Okay, yeah, you
Oh,
can do that.
To a 13, and it goes to 22.
22. So, Flinken emerges with them. You can see Flinken in the process of casting major image. The shadows deepen and stretch, almost like they're pulling away any other detail you aren't supposed to pay attention to. And Gar, with way more pep in their step now, they're still definitely a little tired, and goes, and that's been our show for tonight. Thank you, the audience, for indulging us in wonder, magic, and mischief. And as they think
And then-
swirl.
And can I disguise myself as the ringleader as well, and then just be like,
Yeah.
can I take over like parts of the speech?
Sure, you disguise yourself as the ringleader now. What do you say?
Oh.
And I hope what is this place called?
The Whale Whisper Circus.
And I hope you have enjoyed your time here at the Whale Whisperers Circus. Whale Whisperers Circus.
Yeah,
Circus, sorry.
Gar is immediately caught off guard because you have been around them long enough to perfectly mimic his voice.
Oh.
Because of actor. And he just rolls with it and goes, that is all for our show tonight. Make sure to spread this joy, to spread the power of the chaos you have experienced here today, far and wide. Thank you all. Good night. And as he says good night, there is a large, welling of noise and light and fabric as the entire place seems to swirl for a moment. And in that moment, that's probably doesn't last more than a second, but it feels longer. The tent, the clowns, Gar, the surrounding encampment vanishes.
I had a feeling it would do this the whole time.
Leaving
This is the last show.
Leaving in the center of the stage, Crystal, a disguised Flinken, and surrounding that, the audience together with the seating.
You know what? I'm gonna do it. Does Crystal look uncomfortable?
Crystal looks a little disoriented.
I'm going to use Vortex Warp on Crystal to bring her back to her seat.
Okay.
And I'm going to use invisibility on myself so I can disappear.
I'll say Crystal
And Gin's gonna
vanishes.
clap.
Blinken goes invisible.
Yeah, Levi has the invisibility. He's so curious, like, whoa, what just happened?
Yeah, you can't see invisibility. There's nothing here. The only invisible thing you see is Flinkin.
And I'm back into my flick this like look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
When
Gin
I
starts
s-
clapping,
Well-
the rest of the crowd, the audience starts clapping. And there's no one to applaud for, but it seems like everyone's kind of having a good time. The entire place is just managed. You're just in the field outside of town in the stages. I want Levi to make a woodworking check.
Sure. 19.
Now, out of the illusory embellishments and the very dark space that the stands have been in, you realize, oh, these stands are made of shipwood.
Oh,
This is worn ship's wood.
Hmm.
they were gonna throw this away. These were.
Oh.
That is seemingly left behind. Sorath would probably be well aware that and this amount of lumber just left outside of town, that's just going to have a bunch of people like disassemble and scavenge that and use it for something else. That's what you do with lumber. But yeah.
When did the ship disappear? Like 2 days ago or 3 days ago?
The morning you guys arrived, so yeah.
And the circus has been here longer than
The circus has
that,
been
though.
here longer than that.
Okay.
That was a good show.
It
Yeah.
was quite
Here's how
the
they do all
show.
this.
I'm curious how some of the acts happened. Looks at Gid.
Oh wait, was
Wait,
that
wait
what you
for it.
were talking about yesterday? Were you guys in on the act?
What are you guys talking about?
Like,
Well, I mean, you guys must have.
yeah, I wasn't really supposed to be, but you know, they know me. I'm just
Yeah,
that guy.
Wait,
No, Flinky,
where
you
did
should
you
see
sneak
that.
off to after you left?
Sorry.
No comments. That's fair.
Yeah.
Flinkin, by the way, I noticed you were gone halfway through the. At least maybe a third into the show? Where'd you go?
Oh, yeah, I just had some business to deal with. It's all good.
Oh, but Flinky, you should have saw it. Jin threw Gunther to join the act, and Crystal ran down there to pose.
Oh yeah, I did do that.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. I'm sad that I missed it, though. But oh well. I'll be able to see your performance next time, and then after I like Gunther, and I like nudge him a bit.
Gunther just socially overstimulated. Too many people.
How about we get back to the manor?
Yeah, there's nothing else to do around here, so.
'Twas a great show. The use of magics and everything was impressive. The
Mm,
fact that I
yes,
couldn't
it's a-
tell what would have been magic and what wouldn't just been sleight of hands by the end of it.
I do wonder if they actually got out. And how.
Well, yeah, magician never tells his secrets, so you might not hear of it.
Did I notice, or everybody saw Flinkin turn into, or did
Yeah.
Flinkin come out like the? Okay,
The way at least Brad described it was they started out and then they turned slowly into them. So,
you know the ringleader
Mhm.
personally?
Sorry?
Do you know the ringleader personally? You turned.
Oh,
into
yeah,
him.
yeah. Yeah, we're friends. We've talked for a while.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Do you have any idea where they're off to?
Nope. Not at all.
Hmm.
But it's neither here nor there. We'll come across them again regardless.
Damn it! I forgot to ask them about the poison.
Did you ask them about the problem plaguing Pleasant Valley?
I did not get around to that, but I think I have a bit of an idea.
Okay. Well, that was an entertaining time. Thank you for recommending it.
Anytime.
While this conversation is happening, right next to y'all is probably happening a separate conversation with Noemi asking both her dads to explain how they made the entire circus disappear, and both of them just being like, I don't know, and she just keeps going, yeah, well, how did they do that? Well, how is that possible?
Did she react to Gunther and Crystal reappearing back in their seats?
No. She
She's
did
probably
not.
staring at the
She was
stage.
not going to notice anything that wasn't part of the performance, yeah. But yeah, I'll say you guys do make it back to the manor, and we'll probably end the session there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
To finally
What a
leave the
day.
city, right?
Today was a cacophony of emotions and events.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This and last
Any
session was all just the same day.
Roll for dreams.
Mhm.
The amount of illusion.
I'm not gonna do dreams now. I can roll for them and have the rolls for next time. I'm not gonna tell you on the rolls, but you know, they'll do it.
Yeah, it's pretty late in the session. It's like 6 hours.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We should probably
Good
wrap it up.
session.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting things were found out.
I hope it becomes very clear now why I was like, man, I really, really hope Bread actually shows up this session.
I'm
It's gonna be
happy to have
such
you,
a
Brett. It
shame
was
if
great.
Blinken isn't here and they just leave and you show up next session. I'm like, oh yeah, the circus left. It was really dramatic and cool and lots of clown magic, but you know, you weren't there for it.
Yeah, like the one session that I missed. Like that would be fucked.
Yeah.
I was happy to have you. It's always fun to have you, and it was great to hear you be able to do your
I'm the
stuff.
opposite of Matcha. I don't like having you.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder you're so chipper last session.
Yeah. We've this was going to be very, very different in how things played out if you hadn't fucking like double nat 20'd your way into getting contact with a council member earlier. Because imagine the situation if you have no idea what's going on, you have no one you can call on, and there's nothing to like stop that shit. It was
completely different.
the way things were planned to play out, and I say planned very loosely because all my plans are like, this is a vague series of events that I think could work. But yeah, this it was designed so that Gar was the one to get a contact first. And story-wise, the contact Gar got is the one you randomly rolled your way into. The council is 20 members, and you ended up rolling into this one. So they're like, oh,
Sorry,
they
Very
ended up
nice.
with
Bye.
that contact anyways. That's convenient for me.
Yo. Sorry you didn't get to say bye to your friend, Crystal.
Oh,
Kind
yeah.
of just vanished.
I'm sorry, Crystal. Did you at least get their number assigned? Right?
Number.
Oh, wait, I mean, contact.
I mean, they know their name, and they know
Okay,
the
that's-
giant tent they tend to stay nearby. So if you see the tent, you know that's where you go. But yeah, Jewel, we are ending the session here, for sure. We could play out the rest of the day or stuff, but nah, I don't want to push over 6 hours to just do random shit. No.
I mean, the rest of the day we long rest, right? We just sleep.
I'm probably gonna start next session in case anyone wanted to do something in the evening, but yeah.
I assumed the circuit was like midnight or something.
No, you guys got there like a little bit after dinner time. Like you guys had dinner at 6, got there at 7, performance started like
Yeah, they
8. It's probably like getting close to
Yeah.
10. It's not like you guys
Like-
have to. It's not after curfew. anything now.
Makes sense for wanting to end the show and have like a establishment disappear. It'd be like right at the end of the night, considered night.
Boy, yeah.
That was
Blaze?
fun. I love that I internally called that as soon as the performance was done, everything would be would disappear.
Yeah. During the session y'all arrived in Kempera, you did get the knowledge that they seemed to have the circus seemed to have just appeared. No one really saw them set up. Seems to be how they work.
I thought they were just gonna release all the animals, let them roam free.
Nah.
That's what they meant by chaos. I'm like, oh, that'd be funny. I don't have to do that myself.
Oh man, if they release those animals to roam free, I don't think it'd be good.
Oh yeah,
the
a lot of
audience.
these will cause a lot of chaos if they were released just then there. Anyway. Who to raid? Oh, go raid into bags. This sounds like a good idea. I don't know if anyone has the brain power to think of a raid message.
Circus magic.
Greetings and salutations.
I have to type it right.
Just, I don't know.
Oh,
Someone-
Red Dander Clown.
Time to Clown is a good one, yeah.
Down the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Feel free to, if there's anyone who doesn't have the emotes, feel free to unlock them. I think it should only be 100. I thought it was 100 before, but then I went to check, it was 200, so now it's... We cut the prices by 50%, so, you know, permanently on sale now. Let's go.
50% off for the rest of our lives.
Whoa!
What?
Okay.
Good RP, Bread. It was good to be able to have you while you're doing that.
Yeah,
it's
you
fun.
showed up at the exact right time. You, like, skipped the section, like, most of the dinner, most of that. And then we went to the circus. Great timing. A clown is never too late. He arrives exactly when he wants to clown.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Oh, wait.
Salem, how much of your money are you allowing to spend? Do we just how much money can we spend?
I'm not spending it in this town. No poison. Unless I go to
Yeah, it's more about purpose.
the shady part of town. But I think I'm not gonna get anything else either. So I might as well
Yeah.
just go to the other town.
The shady part of town is also probably not going to be as willing to be like, yeah, no, we'll take a IOU from the Belroses. We'll take,
true.
you want to buy the crimes? Yeah, we'd take a check from your government issued check for that, sure. But yeah,
Alright. We have to go to the next town immediately. Everyone go to sleep. It's a good leave.
but yeah, we'll get to that next session. I am a little brain fried. I did manage to get through more or less all I had planned, so
I'm
Next session,
I'm
we're on the boat
surprised
again.
you like went through all that.
yeah.
I had to like eat twice. Like at the beginning and then during the end I had to like eat
I've had
again.
no food this session. But yeah, anyway, the raid's coming to a close. I'm gonna click the fucking button. Bye, everyone.